This will be the day that you will hear me say that I will never run away. I am here for you. Love is meant for two. So tell me what you're gonna do. If I gave you diamonds and pearls, would you be a happy boy or a girl? If I could, I would give you the world. All I can do is just offer you my love.
Do you still have a fondness for Minneapolis?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What was it like growing up there? There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was about 1% maybe.
Yeah,
They never judge a book by its cover. This cat could ball, man. Play ball. He was crossing cat. Like I crossed either. Name my new fan yet. He was getting rebounds like Charles Barkley, snatching it down. Shoot the J. Shoot it!
It's the Punch Show with co-host Beyonce Knowles.
My next guest is a creature of light and love, and in my favorite movie, Poison Ivy, please welcome Miss Drew Barrymore.
Prince, it smells so good in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are so lucky tonight.
Basketball fan, basketball friend, I'll say that.
yeah.
Who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite player?
I'd have to say Jordan, just because of his focus. And I like the Bulls for their discipline. You know, I run my band like that, and I use basketball as an example in a lot of different instances. You know, there was a game there recently where Jordan just wasn't on, you know, and he just sat down and put his head down. See, that's, you know, that's because it hurt his soul. You could just tell, you know, and that's what I want out of a musician. I want them to realize that music it's important to all of us, you know, and it can't be disrespected.
You own a blazer?
No.
Do you own a pair of pleated khakis?
No.
Would you ever wear my shoes?
Let me see. Hell no. No.
Whatever you do, may God be with you. When the competition get tacky, Brian, brother, you keep on wearing your khakis. Working part-time in a 5 and dime. Want you to wear much more.
Could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Jacks anymore.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
Money don't matter tonight. It sure didn't matter yesterday. Just when you think you got more than enough, that's when it all up and flies away. That's when you find out that you're better off making sure your soul's all right. Because money didn't matter yesterday, and it sure as hell didn't matter tonight. Welcome, everyone. Lotus Notes 38. You know, dude, looking at that, I remember, and I'm sure you guys do too, Prince's relationship with Spike Lee. Did you know that he directed that video?
Which video?
Money Don't Matter Tonight. It's a Prince's commentary on poverty, and then he had Spike Lee directed it, and that morphed into this real filmmaker, music composer. You're a composer, David, the best one in the business, I might add. And he then Prince did the soundtrack for, is it Girl 6, Tamara?
Yes, Girl 6.
Yes, it is.
There she is. There they are. Welcome, Tamara Francois. Welcome, Tendrils. Tamara, we were talking about she was talking about Snowfall yesterday, and I had how her family would have been the greatest characters on that show, where there's all this crazy, drug dealing, crazy gang shit going on in the neighborhood, and Tamara's out there doing the right thing, and her parents are outside looking on the porch, staring at her, shaking their head, going, "That's my girl. That's my girl. Always doing the right thing." Speaking to Spike Lee, you can see that, right? You can imagine, right, Tamara? You can imagine.
Yes, that did happen.
I think it did happen. I think that's reality.
It did. The neighborhood was rough, so yeah.
What was the actual neighborhood?
I don't want to really say. Before they used to live on the gang was Rolling 60s Crip, which was close to where Nipsey, the famous Crenshaw and Slauson, I'll just be broad. Crenshaw and Slauson, where Nipsey Hussle got shot. That's where we used to live back in the day.
Speaking of Nipsey Hussle, Tamara, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're more distant.
You hear me now?
Prince Rogers Nelson at 3 a.m. when Jamie Foxx visits him. Yeah, you're a little louder now.
Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, we used to stay off Crenshaw and Slauson near where Nipsey Hussle got shot at his business.
Damn. I got so much.
So I saw some things.
You did. And I think so did your mom. Speaking of which, and boy, I think your mom saw more than you did. The two of you combined, you can imagine you should start your own Crazy Days in Whites, call it, right? Just report on white people.
I work a lot with white people, so I don't think that's fair.
What's the deal with white people, right, Tamara? What's the deal with white people? Anyway, welcome, David.
Thank you.
Everyone's going crazy, but you're getting such compliments, you three, especially from Azuri he's like, I thought I knew a lot about Prince. Holy shit, these three are aficionados. I can't even come close. I'm spitting all these things out, and they're just so tapped in. I'm in, and
I believe that's tendrils.
What's that, Tamara?
I said I believe that's tendrils that knows.
No, both of you. Both of you. Thank you, Joni. Is she in the bottom there? Thank you, Joni. Joni says, towards the show. Thank you, Joni. Great catching you live. Thanks, Joni from Ireland. If we do a third one, Joni, you're on for the next one. I believe we're going to probably make it to a third one. There's so much I found that I didn't believe I was going to add to this one. Stuff that's just a little P. Diddy action as well. I caught at the last actually I was watching Law and Crime, and I was trying to catch up on don't get me started on the fucking cameras in courtroom. There's a whole rant on our new Shorts channel of me going crazy. I sound like a mental patient, but a very high-end, very highbrow mental patient.
Did you see? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, David.
No, a mental patient with a mission is what you're saying.
I was going to say there is a Prince and P. Diddy connection that came out this week. I don't know if you caught that.
It's probably the same one I got. It's probably the same one. We'll see. It was short, and I think there's more to it than that. And unfortunately, you got to read. I got another argument for cameras perpetually in courtrooms. And by the way, I can't wait for all judges to die. The old guard, old fucking money, crusty ass post 65 judges who block all cameras in courtroom, especially New York. Fuck you, federal. The new F word for me is federal. Fuck. Ooh, federal. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Don't put cameras in the courtroom. Fuck you, federal. Get the cameras in the courtroom. The other thing is it would stop the pandemonium at the courthouse if it was televised, right? You wouldn't have every reporter on the face of the earth just converging on the place at the same time.
Right. That's true. It's like the old days where, like, you know, people were stealing cable because they wanted to watch the big fight. You know, it's like just put it out for everybody, and then, you know, there will be less shenanigans in trying to view the thing.
Look at you people in the big fight. I thought you people didn't watch sports.
That's me, like, referencing a sitcom that did a premise like that.
It's a big game.
Right,
it's a big game.
You know, the one with the tennis nets and the 40-yard line, whatever that's called. Right.
So, Tamara, I think it's the same thing we saw. It's very brief, and like I said, if you watched it, I'm sure there's more to it than what we saw reported. It's probably like a whole half hour on Prince, right? I mean, I haven't gone through the transcripts yet. Well, thank you, A. Smith, as well. So it's so frustrating. Are you guys as frustrated as I am? Can't watch it.
The P. Diddy trial.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's insane. It's insane.
That the Depp trial would be like, I mean, I guess that makes sense because it's less scandalous, I suppose. They're not afraid to televise that one, but
there's so many layers to it. There's so many people embroiled as this thing goes on, and I'm sure terrified that it's gonna. Thank you, little. Of course, you're Canadian, little Depp. Go ahead, Tamara. I'm sorry.
No, I said exactly, and I think some of the names out there are afraid of who else can he spill. You know, who else's name is going to come out, like Michael B. Jordan. No one saw his name coming out of there where he used to date Cassie. No one saw that.
Well, I also think that part of it, too, is the potential of exposing victims. That probably could be part of it as well.
Part of
why it's not televised.
Yeah, but that's going to happen everywhere you go. Yeah. Like we were talking about the jury. The jury doesn't need to be in the same room. Why would you even have them in the same room? I think it's stupid, by the way, and as a whole. Like, with all the technology in a spillover room with an 80-inch TV, you don't want the jury looking at you, and you don't want to influence them by looking at them. Why even run the risk of that? Right? Yeah. Give them their own closed circuit thing where they can see shit in the spillover room. They're not threatened by anybody. No one sees them. It's so stupid. It's so. Can you believe they haven't updated that shit yet?
Or do like what they do for, you know, oh God, I can't even think of the word, but a two-way mirror. You know, if you're afraid that a TV broadcast is going to somehow be manipulated.
Like they do in the lineups when they do the lineups.
Exactly. Right.
You've done so many lineups, David, picking out killers in your life.
I've been a witness at so many murders in Los Angeles.
You're a professional witness, right? You do you do the composing for the witness room.
Exactly. Like a sketch artist. I scored the trial. All right.
Of course, little Depphead is Canadian. That cool factor. Well, by the way, little preview coming up. Johnny Depp's 62nd birthday. What's Eating Gilbert Grape reviews with David, and Sarah makes her return.
All right.
Yes, we're going to talk about the head of the Fox network, the person who started the whole thing, 21 Jump Street. Barry Diller is a fruit basket, David. Did you realize that? He came out of the closet at 80 years old.
At 80 years old? Oh my God. My God, I wish I had known him 20 years earlier when I was in my 80s at the time.
Go ahead.
Oh no. When I worked at Sony, our division, there were 24 people and 16 were gay.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah.
Has that percentage gone up or down since then?
In entertainment, I think probably it's high percentage no matter like what studio you go to. But yeah, it was highly disproportionate.
Barry Diller was a big time executive.
But I
mean, he started
remember
so many things.
Sorry, Arm, but I remember on Diane von Furstenberg. I don't know how to say her name.
Yeah, that's it.
I know they were married. She had
Weird.
a documentary on Hulu, and she talked about. You got a sense that he was a little fluid. You got a sense. Of it.
Yeah, you sense that
little.
She's the chic slim twin of Hollywood beards.
Because I think her first husband dipped it. You know, he did both
experimented
male and female. Yeah.
That's interesting. Professional beard is really what she is. DVB, Diane Furstenberg. DVB, like LV, like Lisa Vanderpump.
Yeah.
LVP. Right. Welcome, Autobot. Welcome, JD Villataro. Yeah, this isn't the official time. I'm playing around with this. It was just convenient for everybody except Bon Jovial, who will be back next time, I believe. He's got to be in on the Gilbert Grape show.
Yeah.
David, I'm not putting any pressure on you, but the soundtrack for that's really, really melancholic.
Yeah, it's very, very piano driven stuff too. I was listening to it a little bit.
Oh, you did listen to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've never seen that movie ever.
You more than welcome to watch it and give your review.
Yeah,
it's very depressing. It's very, very depressing.
Wouldn't it be funny if Kent and Todd came out at 82?
That's what I'm thinking. Every time I watch that show, I'm thinking Ken's got. I mean, his whole he got rich by opening gay nightclubs in England.
Telling Jax to take his shirt off. Telling
right. God. Sky Spectre, welcome. Hooper, welcome. Good to see you. Joni, everybody. Chubby Pickle, welcome, sir. Great to see you. Hope everything is safe. Chubby, I wanted to ask you a question. If in Atlanta, and Tamara, you know this too, I find that black people do they have a discernible, can a black person tell, like you're in, say, you're in LA, can you tell when another black guy is from like Detroit? Because it seems like occasionally there's a southern. So when Chubby moved to Atlanta, could they tell he was from the Bronx? Is my question.
Yes, when I went to school in New Orleans, they called me white. They were like,
"Really?
I'm not from here." Oh my gosh! I had to work at a retail establishment, and all the time, you know, New Orleans has a little twang when they talk.
Yes,
and
right.
whenever I tried to answer a question, you sound like some white girl. And I'm like, this is how we talk. What are you talking about? So you can't tell because every place has a different dialect or a way they say certain words or the way they dress. You can't tell a difference. You can. It's for everybody.
You having a conversation with Karl Malone is very interesting. In say the mid to late 90s as he comes back to Summerfield, Louisiana. That's the twang you're talking about. Karl Malone is classic Louisiana black. You know?
Like I would say baby, right? In Louisiana. Hey baby. And I'm like, wait, what? Huh? Yeah.
Fine Chug. Fine Chug, welcome, sir. How close is New Orleans to Dallas?
That's an 8-hour drive.
Oh, is it that far? I know. Mm-hmm. Is Houston's closer to New Orleans, right? Geographically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because we had to escape to there, yes.
Welcome, Hooper. Says this Sky Spectre, Chubby Pickle. All right. So I'm going to go right into this. Unless anybody has anything to say. You guys did a great job last time. And again, total aficionado. like Azura could not stop raving about you in the comments. He's probably still writing about how you know everything. And he's like, I can't hold a candle to these guys. Telly Savalas, welcome. Jay. So we're going to start with the Prince and P. Diddy thing, which I just got. And this just found out. I'm positive Tamara saw the same thing that I saw. This is Prince and P. Diddy. Here we go.
At her head, but it didn't hit her. Mia said she ran out of the trailer and hid. Prosecutor Smizer asked Mia why she agreed to testify, and she responded, because I have to tell the truth, the whole truth. She said she didn't want to.
Can I just say something really quick about the Depp trial?
Mm-hmm.
So last night I'm fooling around, got down this YouTube rabbit hole, and I watched Bill Maher, and I remembered something from Bill Maher, and that ties into this show as well. Anyway, I'm watching an interview with a guy from Law and Crime, the white guy, the other white guy with Captain Hairdo.
Yeah.
And he does the other. And he said that the Johnny Depp trial is literally how this channel on YouTube, this thriving, court TV of YouTube, got any kind of traction and how it got launched.
Wow.
And I saw it and but I didn't realize that it was And he said, if the trial wasn't televised, they never would have launched this channel.
So Johnny Depp is responsible for launching the Fox network and Law and Crime.
And Law and Crime.
Wow.
And he goes, so obviously we did, and everyone's more than welcome. And I'm gonna compile it and upload it again. Sarah and I reenacted the entire UK trial.
Yeah.
Because she was angry too, but not as much as me. So angry that didn't get televised. Fuck you, England, for not doing it. And Depp resoundingly lost that trial. 12 out of 14 cases, he was considered to be an abuser and blah, blah, blah. She was right. Nevertheless, because it wasn't televised and because it was like it never existed, right, David?
Right.
It was like, oh, that thing in England. And he said, it was crazy. He said when he was researching the Depp stuff, he said the UK trial, he couldn't believe how little attention that got. And it's the same material.
Right.
It's like 90% the same material.
And these are allegedly his fans who love that he works with Roman Polanski and that he, his obsession with being vaguely European, and meanwhile they're persecuting him. Yeah.
While he lost 12 out of the 14 cases, the public sentiment, the court of public opinion, was on his side the entire time. Like 90%. It was never, you could lose something like that, and still, it would be like watching a boxing match and you lose, 12 out of 14 rounds or 8 out of 10 rounds.
Can I ask
and
a
the public
question?
goes, you won. No, he won. No, he lost 8 out of 10 rounds. He didn't win. No, he won. I saw it with my own. Like in boxing, it's almost arbitrary. Like you're not even sure how they score it sometimes.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, it's 8 out of 10 rounds goes to Amber Heard. And you're going, no, but Johnny Depp won. No, he won. He won. That's bullshit. He won. No, there was a jury. The judge is corrupt and the whole thing. They make it all like you would do in a boxing match. You make excuses.
Right.
Blame somebody else. It's never your fault. Never take no accountability.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
There was a UK trial and there also was an American trial?
You see, Debbie? God, she doesn't even know about it.
No. But no, I also just wanted to ask you, what was the final verdict? I was in an abusive relationship, my first relationship. Oh, and I did not want to watch any of that for fear that he would be the abuser and basically, get away with it with his acting skills. I don't even know what the verdict was. How did it come out?
In America or the UK?
Either.
No, in America, he won. He won $8,000. It was $8,300,000 off her. She won one case of defamation from his lawyer, who was going online and trying to smear her on Twitter and starting all these things. And they kind of busted him on that, but he won like 90% of the, what'd you call it?
The claims or the
different claims. Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And in the UK, she won 12 out of 14 cases. So we have a lawyer in our midst, John O'Reilly. He said it should be the best of 3. They should do a third one.
That's true.
Wow.
I don't know where you do it. Maybe Spain. Like,
Just
don't even do it in LA.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Switzerland, since they're neutral.
There you go. What a brilliant answer that was, Tendrils. Switzerland, neutral.
Love
Speaking
it.
of Tendrils, there's Philetus in Provence says, hello and bonjour, everyone. Tendrils is here. Vanessa Paradis, hi, and Roman Polanski couldn't say hi or anything like that. He's recovering from a kick in the nut. Thank you, Provence. Thank you. I knew you'd come through with those fucking, what's the name of those heels again?
Stilettos.
Stilettos, but it was the other ones. The cholos.
Oh.
Cholos, is that it? The
Are you talking
Hispanic high heels. Cholos,
No,
right?
chancla. Chancla.
Chanclas? Okay.
That's like it's like usually like a grandma would use a chancla, take it off her foot and use it as a weapon.
Yeah, Chubby says they knew he was from up north when he moved to Atlanta from the Bronx.
Oh.
Wow. Telly Savalas goes, Carmelo would never gotten away with impregnating the little girl. Yeah, age of consent is 13 in New Orleans, in Louisiana, Telly. I mean, Prince would love it there. I know. Isn't it crazy how many? Carmelo had that hideous thing when he was at Louisiana Tech. He impregnated a 13-year-old girl, and Carmelo is going to have to become a rapist in order to become a legendary power forward for the Utah Jazz. Carmelo is going to have to become a rapist.
Is that voiceover guy still alive? We should have him do some Depp pro.
No, that's Will Arnett. That's Will Arnett doing that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's
Really?
Will Arnett that did that. Yeah, you're talking about Peter Cullen. He is alive, but that was Will Arnett who did that.
Was it really? Wait,
I swear to God,
the Jump Street like early 90s.
That's Peter Cullen. That's Optimus
Oh,
Prime.
okay.
That's they're different, but he is still alive. Believe it or not.
Okay.
He did the voice of Optimus in the live action Transformers.
Oh, okay. God,
you said the best assemblage of actors ever in the same movie, right?
Yeah.
Marky Mark and who's the broad's name from Brian Austin Green?
Yeah, I've got him blanking.
Sarah's car shopping. What? Oh my God. We've Autobot here, for Christ's sake. We're talking Transformers. Like, get me on right now. Get me on. I'll fucking Megatron the shit out of you.
I'll list the entire cast right now.
Little known fact about Transformers. The voice of you guys ever watch Spider-Man or His Amazing Friends on Saturday morning when you were kids on NBC? That was great. It was the best cartoon of the time, and certainly it was made my Saturday mornings. I would blow off Little League to watch that. And the voice of Bumblebee is also the voice of Spider-Man, Dan Gilvezan. If you go watch Transformers, Bumblebee is Spider-Man. A lot of people don't know that.
What?
I don't know. They use all the same voice actors a lot back then. It was like the same 12 names over and over again.
Yeah.
Dan Gilvezan did the voice of Spider-Man. He's my favorite Spider-Man in the history of the character, the Amazing Friends version.
Because that was the idea of voice actors, is that you're hired as a voice actor, meaning you do multiple parts. It's not hiring Cameron Diaz to do a princess and she doesn't even change her fucking voice, you know?
That's right. Yeah, Telly Savalas. Well, that was Billy West's. He goes,
yeah, he's right.
Cameron Diaz is doing voiceover. She just plays herself the whole time. And he's right. Like he said, that it just puts, when the dearth of celebrity doing voiceovers just destroyed all the real talent. Yeah. And it doesn't sell the movie. It doesn't sell. It doesn't matter.
No one cares. No one cares.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's like you, Debbie, as a composer. Like they just hire the same people over and over again, and talent be damned. Okay, here we go. Let me get back to this shit.
To discuss the assaults in public, saying it's the most traumatizing, worst thing that's ever happened to me. Mia said sometimes Combs acted like her best friend. Other times, he made her feel like a piece of crap. Mia also told a story about she and Cassie sneaking out of a hotel room in Los Angeles to go to a party at Prince's home. She said they weren't supposed to leave the hotel. Mia said,
you guys ever get a look at Prince's house in LA? How does it compare to Paisley Park in Minnesota?
I have actually, I've never been to it, so I don't know how grand it is.
Are there visuals that people are, because there's so much interest in this guy. It really is crazy. And it's posthumously, I'd say it's quadrupled, but before when he was alive. I really believe that.
Where in LA was his house? Does anyone know? Like what area?
You always go Malibu, right? Every time you're thinking celebrity like that trying to hide.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Bel Air, it could be Santa Barbara, it could be.
I think it might have been somewhere in the Hollywood Hills. Actually,
okay,
That's another hiding spot, right? I've heard
Right.
that's where's Dan Schneider, David, when I had you go look for him?
So he lives near me. He's in oh god, it's a tiny it's between Calabasas and Woodland Hills. And I'm forgetting the name of it's a gated community basically. But based for names people would know, he lives in Calabasas essentially.
Okay, that's like the Kardashians, and of course
Kardashian neighborhood.
Started Calabasas.
Exactly.
And I was gonna say, in many wherever Prince used to live.
Tamara, get you behind closer to that microphone.
Oh my God, I don't know what's happening. Let me do some things. Let me do something.
Well, why are you doing that?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say he used to have, he didn't believe in birthday parties, but I know he used to have celebrations in his house at Paisley Park. So I'm sure you could look up pictures there.
Yeah.
He says Bel Air. Telly Savalas is Bel Air.
Okay, yeah. So that's adjacent to the Hollywood Hills. It basically is, yeah.
Yes, PC23 Iceman and Firestar would get captured. Spider-Man had no cool power, and yet he would always have to rescue them every week. That's pretty much how it went. You're right. It should have they needed another season of that. It just was way too quick. I think they did a total of 24 episodes. It easily should have been doubled. There's so much they could have done with that.
So Prince was basically neighbors with Lisa and Vanderpump and Ken Todd.
Oh, they're considered Bel Air, the fucking Todds?
Yeah, I mean, those Beverly Hills housewives basically live in Bel Air, all of them.
Okay.
Which is kind of the gated part of Beverly Hills.
It's funny because they would be the first to shade someone for living in Beverly Hills.
Right.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills is too low rent. Right.
You remember 1999 came out, and you were just like, I remember being little and stuff, and be like, it'll never be that. It'll never be like that's crazy. That's so far away.
We'll never get.
We'll never get to that. That was 26 years ago. Isn't that crazy? 26 years ago. Price lived in L.A., so Prince lived in L.A., so he rented Carlos Boozer's house, the Booze Hound. Speaking of Karl Malone, that was basically his power forward replacement on Utah. I didn't realize that, Chubby. That's crazy. I can't believe Lamar Odom didn't rent that out either. Herbert Arnold, welcome. Good to see you, sir. John's, yep, old neighborhood. He didn't have any furniture, but he had a house there. Oh, God. Okay.
Sean Combs showed up, and they ran, and Combs chased after them, and he grabbed Cassie, but a member of Prince's security staff intervened, pulling Combs off of her. Mia then testified about a time she went with Cassie to South Africa, and Cassie found out that Combs had cheated on her with a woman named Gina. Gina is victim 3, who's now MIA. The government cannot find her. And threw a computer at Angeles to go to a party at Prince's home. She said they weren't supposed to leave the hotel. Mia said Sean Combs showed up, and they ran. And
what the hell is on his tooth, Tamara?
It's a diamond.
That's a diamond. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'll give him credit. He's not wearing one of those disgusting grills.
The grills,
pearls, right? Do they have to make him take that out to go to prison?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. You guys got to see
wear that in prison.
I don't think so either. I think they have to take that out. Like it's considered contraband, right? I love prison, and this prison they're at, the Brooklyn Detention Center. I lived about 1.5 miles away from it. And it's considered like Gowanus or Sunset Park. Anyway, it's under the bridge. It is like you stepped into 1979. And the whatever gang you want to use from the Warriors is about to climb out of an old subway staircase or something. It is just murky and eerie and evil and dark. And the prison sits right to the right of the highway. I think I want to say it's the overpass. Shit, is it the Bell Parkway tendrils? Is it the Belt?
I've never been to New York, so I don't know. And I don't have any ex felon boyfriends, so
there's I know the felon boyfriend is hilarious. You should try to,
I can fix him.
I can fix him.
Oh God, no, you can't.
By the way, Suge Knight's out for parole in 2036, guys. Sorry, ladies, he's taken.
It's right. And taken by time.
And I'm sure ladies will line up to be with him. Believe that. Believe it.
This is the prison. I know. You broads and fucking anything attached to fame. It doesn't matter what. You broads. That's great integrity. So P. Diddy is basically in the same institution as Ghislaine Maxwell. And if you see what this is, like Brooklyn can be scary enough as it is in certain spots. Now it's gentrified and stuff. But this particular spot, there's no gentrifying this area. In fact, they had they lost their electricity for like a week. Oh, and it was this crazy black. This is like a year ago. It's I cannot tell you how shady this area looks. You can't know it unless you're there. And Chubby Pickle goes, I had a delivery there. Are you kidding me, Chubby? The Brooklyn Detention Center? This guy has
I think he was talking about where Prince lived in L.A. Where
Bel Air.
Carlos Boozer's house, yeah.
Number 78. Okay, he remembers the number. God, this guy, Chubby, has so many stories. It's crazy with him, right? It just doesn't stop.
You should do a one-on-one show. Or you should do a one-on-one show with him, just to get it all out in one video.
There's almost no name you can bring up that he doesn't have some connection to.
Yeah.
Yes, Sky Spectacles. Us girls always think we can fix it. No, we cannot. At what age do you get to where you go, no, we can't fix them? Is it 30? Is it 40? Is it 50?
I learned that in my 30s.
Good for you, too.
Yeah. Same with me. Mid-30s.
That's why your parents are so effing proud of you, Tamara. It's statements like that. Hey, Chubby, my friend. Okay, here we go.
Holmes chased after them, and he grabbed Cassie, but a member of Prince's security staff intervened, pulling Combs off of her. Mia then testified about a time she went with Cassie.
How isn't it crazy that Prince's security versus P. Diddy's security, how does that go down? Is that some brawl, right? You would think P. Diddy's security would be like, no, let him go.
Right.
Prince's security had dominion. I guess it's Prince's house. That's a crazy scenario.
Yeah, no, they're not going to go into Prince's house and tell Prince what to do. No.
Correct. And Prince is an icon and a legend, so of course they're going to back down.
So are you, Tamfran. So are you. I did some work on Rikers this Hooper a few years ago. I did it for 2 weeks before I quit. Good for you, Hooper. I don't deserve you anyway. He was fishing outside. Nightmare. I had to take the ferry there every day. God damn it. I worked in jails under Brooklyn courts. That is some creepy ass. He's so right. And I'm on the outside. I'm not even inside. This guy is inside. That's got to be something. Oh, man. I cannot. It's just an aura. And it's something about how old everything is in New York City, too. It's never new. It's always, and there's something about the smell. There's vermin inside these things. It is. They had stories about the Epstein jail too, which is downtown. The Tombs, which is that's where Johnny Depp got arrested too, by the way, in 1994 when he got trashing the Mark Hotel with that famous Kate Moss fight. Around the time Ed Wood came out, and he was overnight at the Tombs, they call it. That's scary enough.
Yeah,
that name.
They always have they have subterranean places like the catacombs and so it sounds like a horror movie. Yeah, it's crazy.
It really does. Okay, this next one. So I'm watching Bill Maher last night, and it's kind of and I'm thinking this, and something hit me. I remembered this. Did any of you watch his old politically incorrect show? And I don't mean ABC. I mean Comedy Central in the 90s.
I've only seen the first one with Seinfeld and Robin, and
that was the pilot. That's exactly right. So on the show, I don't think they did it every episode, but thanks to Johnny Bye in our midst, he gave me a gaggle of ebooks for our Armfeld. No hugging, no learning. We just finished, what was it, David? Episode 8 in season 2?
Yeah, the heart attack.
Yeah, it's about, you'll love it. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
It was a fun one.
It seemed like we were longer than that. Now, this isn't to say that we drained as much out of it as we could.
that we got 2 hours of material out of 23 minutes of nothing is kind of insane.
And Tamara's about to say Seinfeld is black people kryptonite, and this one would be. This one really would be. This one doesn't hold up. I'm telling you, I'm finding now when I watch half of these, it is not nearly as good as I remember. This one straight up sucked.
Yeah.
We were both like, "What are we thinking?" God, this sucked.
I have never seen even one episode of Seinfeld. Never.
It can be very good. It can be great. It's slightly overrated.
Part of the reason we're in the first 2 seasons, which notoriously suck. So you know,
it hasn't found its voice,
right?
Quote unquote. But this one sucked.
Yeah.
And it felt forced and cartoony, and we're poking holes in it left and right. And anyway, so watching Bill Maher, and I realized this thing hit me, and I go, he had an award call. I swear to you. So on the show, it was formatted where he would do a panel, he would do a topic, he would do a rant, and at the end of this particular format, he would do something called the Prince Rogers Nelson Get Over Yourself Award, based on how uptight and difficult Prince is. It's named after Prince. It's sort of symbolic of he is the most difficult celebrity that needs to get over yourself.
Right.
So that was the name of the award, and he would give it to a different celebrity every week. Now his current format on HBO, he just does a rant about some topic, and it doesn't have to be a person. It could be just anything. Actually did a Nickelodeon one a couple months ago, which was great. Like I'm sure Dan Snyder's like, holy shit! Now I'm in the Bill Maher's. Like that's when you know everybody's on. Like that's a whole other level of and so this particular one, and I guess I'll play it for you. And I went and did it to AI, and thanks to Johnny Bye Bye, I got the book. So you talk about lazy books. He did a book where he transcripted an outline, not even the show, an outline of each show, who the guests were, his little opinion on the episode, and then he would transcript this. And this is the Prince Rogers Nelson Award. Goes to
Incorrect with Bill Maher. Subject, Howard Stern. First aired December 16th.
So I watched this. This is why I remembered it. I watched this when it was live. I was half asleep, probably drunk, probably 3 in the morning. Comedy Central would play the repeats, and I would sort of sometimes you were, and I'm oh my god, and it was a Howard rant. I remember going, you know what? I was such a super fan at this time, and I remember just going, you know what? He's spot on with this. I had to admit that he was right.
Right. Was Bill Maher also born in 54, like Seinfeld and Howard?
56.
Oh, so, okay. I mean, basically.
Same thing. Yeah. Same couple of years. Yes. Same metronome.
They're all jealous of each other in their 40s. It's so funny.
Well,
and again, on his first episode, you had Robin and Seinfeld.
Right. Yeah.
In the last episode, I did bring up the Princess Diva attitude.
Yes, you did. Here we go. So this is
with Bill Maher. Subject, Howard Stern. First aired December 16th, 94. Well, once again, it's time for our Prince Rogers Nelson Get Over Yourself Award. Tonight, the award goes to a man who made his name being funny, but is now beginning to take himself just a little too seriously. When Howard Stern first became a big deal on the radio, it was because at a time of suffocating neo-Puritanism, people all over the country connected with the idea that no idea was too sacred. Also, lesbian dilate was pure genius. But adulation has now seduced Howard into believing that he's something much, much more than what he is, a funny disc jockey. It's bad enough when a comedian can influence elections, as Howard did with both Christine Todd Whitman and George Pataki, flexing his ego to demonstrate that he can bring his followers into the voting booth as easily as he can get them to undress in the studio. But running for governor, as Howard also did, now we're starting to get into Ross Perot dementia. The love affair one develops with the sound of one's own voice describing over and over again what would get done when I'm king. Given this history, It's no wonder that Howard's latest foray into life-saving has caused some alarm that the next move for the king of all media may be a cult on the order of Jim Jones's or David Koresh's.
He's calling him a cultist.
Wow.
He's calling, this is very like progressively ahead of its time.
Yeah, but in 94.
94.
I mean, wow.
And you know, Howard's stewing like Howard back then, give him credit, he would come at he would attack with everybody. He loved feuding, and these two were back and forth and off and on all the time. And this is enough to get on his radar for sure.
He could get people into the voting booth, but he couldn't get them to private parts, you know.
That's good, David.
The real question is the real question. How many times did Howard call Bill Maher the C word?
Oh God, it was I mean, if I could go through all those 94 shows, he probably spent a week or two on them.
Yeah.
Oh, they again, these two, you know, Howard worked with Bill Maher's dad at WNBC, so they had this weird love-hate relationship. They were constantly like feuding, and then Howard made the Maher was pissed off that he got fired from ABC, and Howard, the bastion of self-described free speech, would not have his back. You know, free speech is only matters when it's him.
Right.
And he had him on, and that's a really, we're gonna do a show on that when Maher calls in and gets ganged up on by the he created the nest of vipers phrase.
Yeah.
Bill Maher's
Howard, don't make people drink poison Kool-Aid, even if it's on pay-per-view, and stop buying into the hype you yourself created. Go back to being the perverted, lesbian-loving, butt bongo playing, scatologically obsessed, insecure, imagining everyone's ripping you off, egomaniacal, rock star wannabe. Horny Jewish guy you always were, because, after all, we don't want you to get over yourself too much.
Wow, that's pretty scathing at that time.
Well, but also go back to being the perverted, lesbian loving, et cetera, et cetera. That's Bill Maher too.
Yeah.
He wants Howard to become a reflection of him and his interests, which is all Bill Maher
projecting on half of that stuff.
Right.
And I'm sure but you love this hits Howard to the core when he goes, imagine everyone's ripping you off, egomaniacal, rock star wannabe. And then, you know, that hits him the hardest, those three things.
Yeah.
But that just came to me, and it was the Prince Rogers Nelson Award. And some of the other subjects was Mickey Rourke, Lance Judge Ito. And I got to go through some more, but those are some of the names I skimmed through that I saw at the end. Prince himself, I couldn't find, and then it's named after him. So I'm just kind of like going, I don't think he did it every show. I think it was once in a while.
Right.
So anyway,
do you remember if he ever did one on Prince, or just he?
That's what I wonder. I swear I remember him doing one on Prince, and I couldn't find it in the book that Johnny Bye Bye provided me. It's called like, do you have a problem with that? But it's basically transcripting his old politically incorrect show.
Right.
We were talking about this, and it was Azuri that reminded me of this. Your biggest fan, and he loves you guys. I can't even explain it. Just one post after the next, how great and knowledgeable you all were. So reminds me, we talk about how Prince has a predilection for barely legal and illegal and underage statutory rape girls. Everybody is mysteriously somewhere between the ages of 16 and 20, and he gets them there. And rarely do you see anyone older than that. Until
before you isn't that what, if you look at everything, isn't that what all you men do? You love the young girls with dumb brains.
Not paint me with a broad brush, broad. Do not lump me in the category with Depp and Roman Polanski. Do you think I would let my daughter Lily Rose at 14 live with Ash Stamist, some stupid, untalented wigger? You really think I would do that?
Okay,
How
maybe not
dare
you,
you.
Arm, but that's what men like. They love
most of them are lecherous.
I'm gonna
you and Chubby Pickle, my bad. You and Chubby
I'm gonna completely hit the ejector seat away from that ilk. I know nobody I hang out with does. None of my family does. It is you can't go by Hollywood. They think, what did George Clooney say, David? Help us out.
Oh, you're gonna.
Don't worry, I'll say it. You don't I put you on the spot too much.
Okay,
Stop doing that. George Clooney said this, and this is what I mean. He should talk, right, of all people, but it's not as bad. It's every celebrity, especially guys, think that their age levels off, that they stay in a state of suspended animation. The age they got famous at, they stay at for the rest of their life, and they never think that should change. So Johnny Depp got massively famous on Jump Street. Let's call it 23. And I think he thinks he's 23 for the rest of his life. I think that holds true with a lot of them.
Yes.
And
yes,
it's celebrities that think that way. We don't. Plebeians don't. Civilians don't. And I'm speaking for myself. And I'm speaking for everybody I know. Everybody. I don't think I would hang out with someone that was like that, by the way.
Yeah.
You know what it's like saying? It's like saying if I could go younger, I would. If you know these fucking creeps who know the age of consent in every state, it's like saying if I could date, if the law allowed me to date a 14-year-old, I would.
Right.
That's what we're talking about. I don't hang out with these people.
It's like those men that go to like fucking Thailand.
Yeah.
Looking for like, yeah, it's just so disgusting.
Or they go to France.
Oh God.
As your husband will attest to. That's why everybody we bring up, Polanski.
Yeah, we definitely kick those people in the nuts for sure.
Yeah.
Look at A. Smith, right? Here's a great dad. I don't mean good, a great dad. He goes, A. Smith goes, I don't even talk to my friends' kids, and they're like 23. Like, you don't even, like, that's the other thing. What would you have in common with these people?
Yeah.
What on earth would you talk to them about?
I've only dated older guys my whole life just because I'm really spiritually 93 years old. So like, you know, I've been seeing a guy right now in his 40s, you know, and it's just like,
Rob in the cradle. Speaking of Rob in the cradle, look at the Spectre. They call her the Elizabeth Hurley of the skies. She goes, well, I'm this age. And won't say what I love it. I love it. I'm this age. And my husband is 11 years younger. So there's that. That's really good. That's the double standard, right? Where that's crazy.
Really.
That's so crazy. But if a guy does it, it's normal.
Did you see Chubby Pickles' comment?
Chubby Pickles says, where is he? I just turned 51 and my lady is 32. See, that's the demarcation, but that's not bad. That's
not bad at all. Yeah.
32 is that's mature. That's, you know,
you can rent a car legally. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. When you're going younger than that, it starts to get weird. What you talk about. That's fine. I'm fine with that. And just because it's Chubby Pickle, he gets a pass on everything. And I mean everything. Bill Belichick and Shannon Sharp. I know. JD Bieltar. I know. We're just embarrassing ourselves over and over again. Nothing better than 40, 50-year-old dames, says Hooper. But again, like you broads, and I'm not trying to be some fucking progressive suck up, but you broads are aging. Like I just brought up Elizabeth Hurley. Could you? I never thought in my life I could jerk off to a 60-year-old. She's 60, right? 61 or 60, yeah. Born in, I believe, 65. It's crazy.
It's so funny. I was watching Bedazzled last night with her and Brendan Fraser.
Bedazzled!
And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, because I went to a comparison picture of her now, and I was like, she looks
better now.
Better now. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's crazy. She's the perfect example of how you broads can. Now, again, that's her job. Her job is to look hot. She's a model actress, much more model. And it's like, that's the job. You have no other function on this planet than to sit around. I mean, her whole life is just taking bikini pictures in a pool. She's at the beach. She's in a hot tub, and it's just water just follows her around like she's fucking Mira from Aquaman. And she's just constant. But that's the job, right? That's the gig. Look hot.
Hey, Arm?
Yes.
This is a little fun fact, but talking about actress models, Prince wrote a song about Cindy Crawford.
That's right. What was it called?
Cindy C.
Cindy C.
Yeah, and if you listen to it, it's so like he is such a fucking stalker in that song.
He can get away with so much, that guy. Like the personality. He can be a stalker and it's cute and stuff. It's amazing, right? What civilian could get away with the shit Prince gets away with, right? Nobody would talk to you if you acted
That's
like
true.
that and did that shit.
Well, and I wonder if it's the sort of gentle, gender-bending, outward persona that makes him not as threatening to women, just on a visceral level.
Well, and also he's 5'2". He was 5'2". So, most women could crush him if they wanted to.
Right. He's,
Not only is he mastered, was it 40 instruments, but he's mastered going up on a woman with that.
Climbing them like an
the
Amazon.
insignia. He does the insignia on the hoo-hoo.
In the Raspberry Beret song, he says, "Built like she had the nerve to ask if I would do her any harm."
Oh God, what is Cream about? What is the premise of that song? I don't want to know.
Cream Shaboogie Bop.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cream, get on top.
You will cop, as in copulate.
Oh God, so it's as dirty as I think it is.
Yeah, it's one of those euphemisms. He has many of those.
That's one for the kids, right? You know how they do these kids plays now, like they're like middle school plays, and they're trying to reenact like old stuff. Imagine like Cream, get on top, Cream, and they have no idea what they're singing. There's a lot of that.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. You know what? This is a totally random fact, but it's kind of funny. So when I was in the 6th grade, we had this talent show, and a bunch of my friends joined it, and the teacher was doing this whole like dance routine, and it got down to the point where most of my friends chickened out. And so I went to the teacher and I told her, I said, I'm going to drop out. And she said, "No, mijo, no, you're my best dancer. You're better than everyone else." So I stayed in the talent show, and it ended with the dance that she choreographed. And there were like, those like bleachers that you had in like grade school.
Mm-hmm.
So we're standing on those little bleachers, and each bleacher goes down and they do their little dance, and they go down and they do their little dance. And she did a solo for me because I was the best dancer. And the song that we did, that I did my solo to, was Rick James, Super Freak.
Oh, wow.
And my teacher's name, her name was Mrs. Shady.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
Love him and leave him, that was my claim to fame. Lose and abuse him. I lit your fire, baby, and I burn it up and feel the flame. Fire and desire. That's actually on my phone, that Rick James. Who's the broad who sings in that? She's excellent. I don't know.
Tina Marie.
Tina Marie. God, we know Tina, of course.
Yeah, she is the shit.
Damn. Underrated, right? All time underrated.
Yeah.
God damn. Look, Billy Ray Cyrus. That's right.
Yes, Elizabeth Hurley.
That is the weirdest relationship ever.
From Hugh Grant to Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yes. God damn. Who's Gwen Stefani's husband again?
Blake Sheldon.
Blake Sheldon.
Yeah,
that's just as weird. Right? That's the same level of Billy Ray Cyrus and fucking Elizabeth Hurley. Damn it. There's Province says the one and only condition I would agree to is be 20 again, as if I'm transported to San Francisco in the 70s. That's probably the wildest. Like San Francisco in the 70s. And you have Alcatraz still running hot. Right? So anyway, speaking of age appropriate, this one actually is. So I'm reminded, right, with Bat Dance and everything, and Tim Burton, who thinks Tamara is not aesthetically for his movies. You don't have the right aesthetics. You and Black Ninja Adams. Tim Burton really said that. I swear to God, because David and I did a story about how he was drilled that he's no black people in his movies.
Yeah.
Jim Brown in Mars Attacks is the only black person he's ever had in his movies that with a prominent role.
I always said he makes Danny Elfman write the scores for his movies only using the white keys of the piano. No black keys.
That's so funny.
No black keys.
Yeah, right.
The black keys, Steve Brandano. And I'm sorry. No, he had Michael Clark Duncan, but he played a monkey in Planet of the Apes.
Of course.
That's right.
And then when you
Christ.
I would cast Wesley Snipes in Planet of the Apes. In the Mark, why are you casting Marky fucking Mark? Cast Wesley Snipes. There's your opportunity. And so he goes. So he got called on it. This is like last year. David and I did a story on the Deppening on it. And he goes, oh, I don't even think about it. I it's just, they don't really fit. They don't really fit the aesthetics of my movies. Everyone's really, really white, not just white, pale ass fucking white.
Yeah.
Helena Bonham Carter and Eva Green and obviously
Christina Ricci.
Yes, Christina Ricci. And what he said is, they don't fit the aesthetics. They don't fit the aesthetics of my movies.
Wow.
Aesthetics is the new N-word. I've never heard. That's crazy.
Is that black people in general, or
yes, black people in general? They don't fit the aesthetics of my movies.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah, that's classy racism right there. Aesthetics, you fucking asshole.
So speaking of which, here's Batman. Kim Basinger played Vicky Vale, who was a reporter in the 1989 Tim Burton directed Batman. No black people. And so Prince does the Bat Dance soundtrack. Somehow they hook up from this, but it's not known. People are just like, are they dating or not? It's like a story they're really probing for it. And I, vaguely, even Prince fans, but it was Azuri, your biggest fan, who reminded me of this. And so here's like the one shot they got of them. And so I go back and I'm looking for stories on this on Howard's show. And I go back to 1989 when Batman came out. And I find the show, which is like completely, it's so difficult to find specific shit from that time. And it's an entire show. And the interesting thing about this show is he has a Rolling Stone reporter following him around in his life. And he's in the studio. And it's like, you're getting a lot of personal shit in this show. I'm going to post that whole show, by the way, on our Patreon.
Yeah.
And so in this, I cull from this, they find a story about Prince and Kim Basinger. And this is 1989. Howard and Robin talking about Prince and Kim Basinger.
I just want everything perfect, It's embarrassing to get these calls, but it does. It happens even on the big videos.
Oh, of course, you can buy a Batman video and have that happen.
Yeah, but that's what was on my Batman video. I'm serious.
Stuff right after he handed Kim Basinger the cucumber.
That's right. Kim Basinger is nice, man.
Oh,
God.
I think she's got collagen shot in her lips too.
I don't care.
I don't like that.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I don't like it myself, but I think those are her real lips.
No, I don't think so.
They are, right?
What do you got? What do you broads think? Collagen here? Even here? This is 89.
I don't think so.
That's
early.
I don't think so either.
Natural.
I don't think so either. And did they even have that back then in collagen?
Oh God, I don't. You know what? I was a teenager, so I don't even. I don't remember. Well, I grew up in the ghetto, so those ghetto chicks were definitely not doing lip jobs and BBLs and things like that.
That makes two of us.
I think we're so not used to seeing people who actually have their cheekbones showing so prominently and like really good skincare that makes her face so shiny that you think that it must be like cosmetic surgery. And, she just is a genetic freak in how beautiful she is and takes really good care of her skin. So people think that it's something auxiliary.
How about hetero Howard? Totally familiar with all the plastic surgeries at this point in 1989.
Well, and I have the original Charlie's Angels series on DVD and from the 70s. And there are so many character actors that go on to become famous, and she's one of them.
I'm curious, who else is in there? That's really interesting. I love doing that, going through old series and you see like who's going to become famous. There's a lot of shows like that where you can go.
So many. She was in an episode basically where the Angels had to go into a prison because a girl disappeared, and Kim Basinger, she was one of the women in the prison, and basically what the prison was doing is that they were arresting people for false allegations, but they were all beautiful women. And then they had like this house that they would throw parties at for men to, pay for their company. But in that episode, she has such a baby face. Like it's natural. That's natural. She's not.
She's probably 23, 24 when that came out. I bet like mid to late 70s. She's born in, I think, 52 or 53.
Yeah.
I love the opening credit to Charlie's Angels. My favorite is Jacqueline Smith, which like Tamara would be great on the opening credit to Charlie's Angels. They keep turning, guess who? Guess who? Guess who? Guess who? Guess who? And Jacqueline Smith's hair just flies in front of her face.
Guess who?
Armed to be with you. I wanted to be her so bad.
Oh my God.
Jacqueline Smith? That turn, right? Is there anything better than the Jacqueline Smith
I can't
turn?
believe you said that. Yes.
Yeah, guess who? Guess who? Guess who?
Yeah, me too. Obsessed.
I wanted to be Bosley. Or John Forsythe. With,
I wanted to be Lucy Liu. I'm kidding.
Angels, how about some group sex after this assignment? Huh?
Yeah, all guys want to think those are her real lips.
And what do you think? Prince is really doing her or what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's getting that. Man, go figure that one. Man, is he lucky.
Okay, so the writer is from Rolling Stone, and they're not sure this relationship is legit. So he asked the Rolling Stone writer what dirt he has on them.
He's getting that. Man, go figure that one. Man, is he lucky. Well, David would know. He's from Rolling Stone. Is Prince doing Kim Basinger?
Yeah, I think he was.
You think he was?
You don't think they're doing it anymore?
I mean, by the time I find out, it's over.
Over with.
I haven't checked in this morning, so
Yeah. It's amazing.
How was it last night?
It's got to be great to be Prince.
I don't know. I think he's tortured.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Why couldn't he guess her, huh? Oh, man.
Yeah, just write a few songs, Howard.
Was Christy and Billy Joel making out when you were in the limo with them?
they were holding hands.
Holding hands? I guess you got to prove how much in love they are. So I was just saying to David, you think Billy Joel's a regular... You see, I think Billy Joel's one of those regular guys who has to always work at being a regular guy.
He's not friends with Billy. He's not best friends with Billy
Right.
Joel here. And
So you can be honest.
So right, so he'd shit talk, and this is like, you know, the Brinkley Billy Joel couple was the celebrity super. I gotta say, Billy Joel. I think David talked about this. Billy Joel basically, we did right. Billy Joel started the Hamptons.
The Hamptons,
like,
right?
He really put it in the tri-state area, and I say the Hamptons, like giving it the celebrity cachet. Like, oh my God, he's out there. It was like him and I think Spielberg, right? And then he actually sold his house to Seinfeld. And the Hamptons owes him so much. You know, he had how many goddamn drunk driving accidents he's gotten in out there. It's like they don't even care. They love the publicity, and he brought them all out there. And I'm sure the locals hate it because it just destroyed, you know, any kind. Like in the summer, it's ridiculously crowded. Some guy I knew I worked with lived out there, and he in Hampton Bays and Southampton, and he said, you hate in the summer, right past Memorial Day, the line at the one supermarket in the area goes from 4 people to 40 at a certain time. And then you can't even run in and out. You're used to being able to do stuff, and now you can't do anything like that because all the shitty people have taken over the town.
On the one day Ina Garten can't cook for all the celebrities, they go to the fucking market.
You got to see the prices in these places. It's crazy.
I don't think being a regular guy, it's an image. It's just as much as an image as being like a heavy metal guy who walks around acting like he's on drugs all the time, even though he isn't. Like that's an image.
What do you mean by that? How do you work at it? What do you think he's doing?
Billy Joel got some kind of brain cancer last week, right? About a week ago.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I don't know where that's at, but yeah, it was pretty bad.
He
bad
stopped
stuff.
all his concerts. Yeah,
He stopped this. Yeah, he stopped this. He's got to be 75, maybe more. Something like that. Still touring.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, he would get like a residency in like Madison Square Garden and then do like 30 shows and he'd sell it out every time.
When you're in front of the press, like Bruce Springsteen, I don't think he's such a nice guy. I think that he works at it. I think that he basically has an image.
These are all people he's trying to be chummy with now. And he's just shitting on every
I think
day.
that he basically has an image to project. He wants to be the everyman. And in every situation he's in, he goes, wait a second.
Is this a regular guy thing?
Am I being a regular guy? I think it's calculated to a degree.
But the thing is, see, I know that Billy Joel just walks down the street. He doesn't have an entourage. Goes shopping.
Yeah, well, then why does he have an entourage when
he's working?
No, when he...
Yeah, I was just going to say, Robin, back then, I know you guys might not have listened, and my first year every day listening was probably 91, or tried to. And Robin was always like celebrity stalking in the streets.
Right.
Constantly spotting people. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, this is Howard also projecting where he's trying to figure out how Billy Joel is coming off as a regular guy, because he wants to always come off as a regular guy to his audience of, quote, like, truck drivers and whoever he thinks is in his audience. So he's trying to analyze how other New York-based male celebrities are doing it. How are they not coming off as the rich guy?
Taking notes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to be in this position soon. And he is in a way. And everything is, you're right. Everything, and we say this a zillion times, even on the Boondoggle show, everything is projectionism. If you want to figure him out, everything out of his mouth is either a lie, a bold-faced serial lie, or projectionism.
Well, and also, I mean, even though Howard is clearly gay, he probably wants the fact that, like, how is Billy Joel continuing to come off as a regular guy while being married to Christy Brinkley? And
Howard could be 1/10 the fame as him, and this is kind of what he is now,
right?
During this year, and he's less accessible. He wants that.
Right.
Yeah.
He's like, how? Because I want the hallways cleared.
Yeah.
I want all that. I want to be rarefied. I don't want to drive. You talk about a guy who hasn't driven a car since the mid-80s. I don't even think I would go back. The last time he's driven, really, where he's not lying about it, I would say he hasn't driven in 45 years.
Right.
Yeah. The projection is big on this one because he's, tearing them down. He's so jealous and perplexed of how can they, do it so naturally. He's not a natural at it.
No. And talking about Howard's height here in the chat, Shelby Pickles said, he's the only guy you know of who lies about his height and makes himself shorter because he's really 6'8". We've seen him next to Rodman, who comes up in this actually with Carmen Electra. And we've seen him next to Rodman, 6'8", Magic 6'9". He's basically head to head, hair plugged, plug head to plug head with them, all of them. And there was another one. Shaquille O'Neal looked at him and he goes, "You're not 6'5". You're at least 6'8". Those guys know height, right? They deal with it all the time. There's a constant tape measure coming at them all the time.
Well, also, like, Billy Joel is not someone I would categorize as, like, chronically afraid of the public. I think that Howard is afraid of people. I think he's afraid of them just as a concept. And so there's no way that he's ever going to be able to come off as a regular guy. And that's why I think he resorted to things like the last salary we know that he made was $96 a week. We don't know anything after that.
Right.
Like,
I was going to say, Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, Bruce Province says Springsteen, unlike Howard, has a moral compass in terms of the height, right? Billy Joel can go anywhere because and I'm not going to even call him beloved. People like him. He's admitting things that are joyful, and people want to say nice things to him. Howard thinks he can't go anywhere because people pretty much hate his guts. It's a polarized, even when you liked him, it's a polarizing side. So half the people are probably going to hate his guts. He knows that he's afraid of mankind, and it's valid because you probably pissed off a bunch of people.
Right. I mean, Billy Joel is not a shock jock. He's not saying disparaging things about.
Right.
He's connecting with his audience. He has beautiful poetic lyrics and really beautiful music, and Howard is attacking anything and everything. So
right.
Of course
it's Schadenfreude, right? Schadenfreude radio and punching down. What do you think's going to come at you in the general public?
Exactly.
What do you think's going to happen? He's in Billy Joel's case, there's probably days, and I'm sure he has like erratic self-esteem.
Yeah.
He probably has bad days where he says, "You know what? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to hear good things for my fans to make myself feel good. I'm sure he does that.
Right.
I'm going to walk around Oyster Bay and I want to hear people compliment me because I feel really shitty about myself.
There's footage of Billy Joel throwing a keyboard at a concert he was doing in Russia in the Soviet Union.
Right.
And,
That's right.
So I'm not saying he doesn't have anger issues. I'm just saying I don't think he's contemptuous of the human race like Howard is,
No doubt. Nice use of contemptuous, by the way.
Thank you.
This is my friend Brendan. You talk about a misanthrope. Wow. He writes in our comments a story about a broad he knew who somewhat dated, or maybe they were brief F buddies, Prince in Minnesota. And this is Brendan's account of it. He's not been known to lie at all, and I believe every word he says here. So I put it to AI, and I put a picture of what Brendan kind of looks like. Blake Griffin, power forward of the Los Angeles Clippers.
Knew a girl who claimed she hooked up with Prince, and she was legit from Minneapolis and was strikingly beautiful.
This is verbatim from Brendan writing it in the comments. So I just copied and pasted the comments.
Wow.
I took no liberties.
Knew a girl who claimed she hooked up with Prince, and she was legit from Minneapolis and was strikingly beautiful, so somewhat credible. Anyway, she said all he did, after they were on...
How much you want to bet? Guys, profile what this woman looked like for me without even seeing her.
She's probably Latina.
Okay. Or half black, half Latino. Okay.
Or half black, light skin.
Yep. Dark hair, jet black hair. Right?
Yeah, probably down to her waist, the hair.
Petite, right. So we need Brendan to corroborate this, but there's just no
A
doubt.
pocket person, right?
This is some Apollonia doppelganger, Doppelonia.
Dressed was to sniff her entire body for a while. Somehow this seems on brand.
Let me go back here.
After they were undressed was to sniff her entire body for a while. Somehow this seems on brand. Also heard a great cake story about Prince, but probably can't fit it in this comment. Well then,
So I write back to him and go, yes, you can. Put it in there, Blake Griffin. Put it in there. So he finishes it.
Well then, it came to pass that Prince wanted his personal chef, some 4 Michelin star wunderkind with a man bun top knot and questionable Robert Hester sexuality.
Some 4 Michelin star wunderkind with a man bun, top knot, and questionable Robert Hester. Robert Hester is a kid we went to high school with.
I was going to say that's
making high school references that you people are supposed to get.
Right,
he does it all the time. Robert Hester, I believe, and I lost track of. He got arrested for pedophilia at some point. I want to say we were a decade out of high school. And he was caught, I believe, with a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
As he could have been a teacher at this, before that stuff got really bad with teachers and students. I want to say that's the story. I think I'm pretty sure I got it. I'm sure I'm leaving some little detail out, but that's a kid we went to high school with. Expecting you, David, to know who that is. As if it's 1955.
Well, but that's how Brendan gets your attention, is he mentions something from your life to get you going on the story.
Gets my attention.
Right. I know his tricks.
Chris Carpenter's not in here, or Brian Deuce and Chuck, or someone like that. They're next. They're going to come next.
Yeah.
To bake him a cake. But every cake the chef painstakingly crafted and presented to the artist was not to his taste. Hell no, Prince would respond when asked if he liked each cake. In some way similar to how he responded to Bryant Gumbel, but minus the ensuing glee. Calm down.
So he's comparing Prince's response to cake that this broad made to how he acted towards Bryant Gumbel in that interview. Yeah. Hell no.
Calm down. Bryant, remember you're on national TV and pretending to be straight.
What the fuck?
Anyway, the chef exhausted all of his...
Do you guys get a gay vibe off Bryant Gumbel? I'm not sure I do.
There's a lot of conjuring. There's a lot of conjuring sexual orientations from Brendan here.
What a wordsmith! Barbara DeRush goes, Brendan is fucking crazy. Hooper goes, what a wordsmith. He really is.
No, I love this. This is great.
Brandon lives for this. He lives for the internet should have come much sooner for us.
I mean,
he was born to be an internet troll. And we really aren't we got the internet full blown. Like in our late 20s is when probably you could mid to late 20s when you could kind of go. But if the internet came along 10 years earlier, he was born to be an internet troll. This is just, he loves this. He loves this.
If I can pay Brendan to out men for me so I can get a boyfriend, I will pay him.
You'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Everyone's gay with him. He's lived in a town called Sayville, which is directly across from Cherry Grove, for Christ's sake.
Right. So he's
Andy Cohen goes and shit. That's ground zero for the gay community. There was a bar at the end of the street, Foster Avenue, that leads to the ferries that go to Cherry Grove. It was called Bunkhouse. That's the name of the bar.
The ferries that go to double meaning, double spelling.
Yeah, it's just Sable rhymes with gay, and it sounds
about right. Intricate recipes and
They might as
innovation.
well call it the towel snap, the bunkhouse,
The pillow bite,
or the pillow bite, or the blue oyster from fucking Police Academy.
He used all of his skill and technique, to no avail. Finally, in frustration and at his wit's end, the chef purchased a box of Duncan Hines instant cake mix from some Minneapolis bodega.
Could you imagine being his personal chef? I believe every word of this. He's got too much details.
Right.
That sounds totally legitimate.
He followed the idiot-proof cooking instructions of adding oil and an egg and slathered it with some canned lard Elliot often carcinogenic frosting. Brendan Dan McAllister ride or die.
That one got me.
Carcinogenic. And he's
like
obsessed
the
with
makeup
Elliot
that fucking Elliot often puts on his face.
Yeah, like
Brendan-
a cold cream as frosting.
Brendan loves professional wrestling, so Elliot often is the closest thing to pro wrestling from the Stern Show there is. Like is all the
Brendan Dan McAllister ride or die instructions of adding oil mix from some Minneapolis bodega. He followed the idiot-proof cooking instructions of adding oil and an egg and slathered it with some canned lard Elliot often carcinogenic frosting. Brendan Dan McAllister.
Yeah, I signed off here, and this is another reference I put in there. So he worked this summer job once with this just total fucking weenie named Dan McAllister, and I guess he was forced to work with this kid all summer, and he couldn't be more opposite. Like, it's the worst person. Nice enough guy, but he just has nothing in common with him.
Yeah, right.
And Brendan hates everybody. He's a misanthrope. So
I'm just picturing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I'm just picturing Prince yelling at the chef, like, nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee. Go get me.
Oh, imagine that. I know. His personal chef's gonna be crazy. That's a great story, Brendan. And so this kid, Dan McAllister, is working with him. And like I said, they just have nothing in common. So he's like 3 days into the thing. They're talking about Jones Beach concert series and all the hip shows they're going to see that summer. And Dan says to him, with no irony at all, he goes, Brendan, geez, if there's a must-see show, Huey Lewis and the News is playing next week. I don't know if you want to go with me, but I easily pick up tickets because I'm going to drive out there now. And this is when this is like way past the 80s, like when nobody's listening to that shit anymore. And he's still listening. And he
two things real quick. Can you make sure Tam Fran is put back in if she is?
She is in.
Oh, she is.
Tamara, you're there, right?
Yes. Okay. And
Thank you, Tedros.
The other thing, I wanted to publicly apologize for an error that I made on the first show. I'm going to be an adult about it.
You don't have to prove anything to these people.
No. When you were reading the list of the women, and it got to Nite, I didn't have my glasses on, therefore I didn't see the period before 22. And what I thought was being said was that he first saw her in a video belly dancing when she was 22, which is not correct. So David actually was 100% correct. Helen Kelly definitely could not be wrong.
That's the author.
John, I love how, like, like bipolar you are on the chat. Just like you love them all, but also you have nothing to prove to these people.
By you people, I meant white people.
Right.
Arm?
Yeah.
I wanted to actually talk about one of the women that was in Prince's life. She's probably one of the more important women that he dated. I actually ran to get some water from the kitchen. And so I missed you mentioning her. So I wanted to bring her up, and that's Susanna Melvoin.
Okay, we did briefly mention her in the article.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk about her just a little bit more. So she was, Wendy, Lisa and Wendy in the band. She was Wendy's twin sister, and Prince, reportedly was very in love with her and him, and for whatever reason, their relationship just didn't work out, and I bring her up specifically because of like some of the music, some of the songs that he reportedly wrote about her. Like one, for example, If I Was Your Girlfriend. So in the lyric, it says, if I was your girlfriend, would you tell me all the things you forgot when I was your man? And the song, first of all, is one of the most amazing Prince songs ever. But when you listen to it, it's like he's trying to be, it's like, I would have to be your girlfriend to get as close as I want to be to you or with you. And, there's hints of like jealousy, obsession, stalking. Like if you take,
only he could get away with that behavior.
Yeah, if you take the lyrics to their natural extension. There's also another song called Strange Relationship, and both of those are off the Sign of the Times album. And, one of the lyrics is, baby, I just can't stand to see you happy. More than that, I hate to see you sad. Honey, if you left me, I might do something rash. What's this strange relationship? He goes on to say, the more you love me, sugar, the more it makes me mad. And I just wanted to just bring that up briefly just to compare, what it must have been like for these women to be in a relationship with Prince.
I was just gonna say, what percentage of songs he's written is based on writing about abroad? Is it 90%? And you can almost this thing like where every song, these women are so paranoid, they're like, oh, that's about me, that song's about me. Every single he doesn't even talk to them, he just writes songs about them. I'm not gonna have a conversation with you, I'm gonna write a song about you, and you're gonna listen to the song, and that's gonna speak for me because I won't speak to you. It's the most bizarre communication.
It's like diss tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and specifically those two songs that I mentioned, to be on the love side of things, like what that must have been like, but then to be on the other side, that's I don't know.
Yeah, a song is, if it ends badly, a song is coming at you very soon.
Yeah,
I'm
and
going to smear
and just
you that way.
And in comparison, the music or the songs that he wrote about Maite, all of them were flourish. There was no complicated emotions. It was, just love. So
we could have this legalese in place where your women they have NDAs where they can't do anything to him or sue him because I'm going to write a song and you're going to benefit. He's going to financially benefit off the song you wrote about me. I'm going to make nothing from it, and I'm going to be off in the distance with a Roadrunner cloud behind me. So I bet you I've heard now, and this is big in the P. Diddy trial, where every fucking rich mogul celebrity has everybody signing NDAs all the time. And I know Howard does it with everybody in his fucking orbit. Right. So, I'm convinced Prince did that with everybody. Like where you just signed away any kind of I'm going to write a song about you. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't you can, and he owns you. And I can't prove it because the point of an NDA is you don't know he did it, right? If you know someone has an NDA, that just proves you have something to hide. When you tell me someone's making you sign NDAs, that's telling me that's an admission that you have a lot of shit to hide.
Especially an NDA related to a personal relationship. You know, it's not even like a movie that you're not supposed to talk about. You know, it's
and I don't know if it's egomaniacal, but the women all think they're going to write a song about them, you know, but he does. And it seems like 90% of his library is just writing a song about broads, whether it's being pussy whipped or scorned.
He was so
Did you notice? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Tamara.
I was gonna say, you notice a lot of these relationships he's been with, a lot of the women haven't said anything about it.
No.
It's all been love with him.
How about, you know, whatchamacallit the other day? Who we did, what's the broad's name? The Playboy model we talked about.
Carmen Electra?
No, it wasn't Carmen Electra. It was oh God,
Devin
DeVasquez. Devin
Yeah.
DeVasquez. Yeah, it would sounds like she was under one. Like she couldn't go much further than, and it was what you're gonna hear, and you brought up Carmen Electra because that's a brilliant segue by you, Tendrils. Because here's Carmen Electra in 2000. Now you guys vividly remember what we just watched with her, right? 96. What she said together within 3 years. Here's her walking it back 4 years later, which leads you to believe that she was under some kind of threat.
The thing with Carmen Electra is like,
she's that girl.
she's that chick.
Because Fred from Limp Bizkit is the only white guy I've ever seen her date. I know she's
And Fred's like kind of like acting
And he
black.
raps.
Yeah, he raps.
Like a wigger. Right?
She's single, like for in a life, this one little period, and this is when Howard supposedly got with her, and he denies anything. That whole at Rick Rubin's house in a fucking shower, and that story told a million times. It's very akin to the story with Rebecca Romaine and Stamos.
Yeah, right.
You hear it over and over again. A little bit changes, and Ralph's involved.
He's a wigger, and so is Be Real. Be Real's a total wigger.
Even like the Madonna thing, she was like stalking.
Don't you think she should be in therapy because she went out with Dennis Rodman?
I don't see
Dennis
her.
Rodman.
I don't see Carmen Electra dating a guy that's got to be in bed by 9 every
Exactly.
night.
9. How about 8 o'clock?
She's not dating.
I'm still not getting enough
But with
sleep.
Madonna, it's almost like she straightened up.
That's classic Gary Noyne at the time, right? This is
Noyne, yeah.
I'm still not getting enough
But with
sleep.
Madonna, it's almost like
Exactly. In therapy because she went out with Dennis Rodman?
I don't see
Dennis
her.
Rodman.
I don't see Carmen Electra dating a guy that's got to be in bed by 9 every
Exactly. 9. How about 8 o'clock?
She's not dating.
I'm still not getting enough
But with
sleep.
Madonna, it's almost like she straightened up. You know, like during her wild time, she would be with Dennis Rodman. But now that she wants to be a mother and have children, she's settled down with a white guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Madonna in this show, Tendrils, who I know you love, right? Yeah, Madonna comes up again during the when Eminem uproar.
Right.
Story ever was when she walked into the hotel room and Dennis had the 2 women there. And he just looked at her and said they fell out of the ceiling.
Yeah, I couldn't go out with her because Carmen Electra would be bored with me. I know she'd be bored with me. Like,
Hey Howard.
yeah.
She's also late.
All right, well, I'll take a break.
Oh God! So they make this is great. I left this in deliberately. They make a CP time joke here, Tamara, about Carmen Electra being. She wants to be black so bad she's late on purpose, and this is what they do.
Hey Howard.
Yeah.
She's also late.
All right, well, I'll take a break, but I'm sure by the
Taking over that whole black thing.
Yeah. She thinks she's black now. She's on CPT.
I love the stuff in the hallways when they have.
Yeah.
This is like because you getting to see this weird, behind the scenes stuff.
Come on in.
There's
Ronnie.
Ronnie. There's Mark.
Wow,
Ronnie.
look at him.
This is 25 years ago.
So sorry that I'm late. How are you? Good, nice to see you.
That angle, Gary.
How's everything going?
Yeah, good. Everything's great.
We're in commercial break now, so we'll be coming back.
This show is fascinating about the people who are allowed to be late and those who they'll shut out.
Right.
The bigger you are, the more they'll put up with it. And we've heard stories about. Remember the story about when they're in the Pelican Brief, the day of the Pelican Brief with Jen and
I
McCarthy.
was just going to bring that up.
Oh, good, Tendrils. Go ahead, finish it.
No, about Howard unable to have 2 guests in the same morning.
Yes,
when he would have multiple guests many times over the years,
and it's a 4-hour show.
Yeah, and that never mind about the Pelican, Pelican Fest or what the hell
Brief.
Pelican Brief.
Yeah, Pelican Brief. But that he couldn't work it out. I mean, he's
4
He's so
hours.
stupid.
It's just he's so lazy that he's trying to. He's like, oh my god, I was going to shoot my wad. Now I can't carry this over this hour and a half, 2 hour interview to the next day because he can't fathom not keeping to this thing that he has, like where he can't, you know what I mean? Like I can't have 2 guests on the same day. That's crazy.
Well,
and
also,
like you said, there was 4 in the same day at certain points last year.
But also in the serious, like this is probably, you know, he wants to interview them for like 2 hours and have the definitive interview with Jenny McCarthy, which, you know, who the fuck cares?
Well, he's also weighing the thing, like who's they're star fuckers, and they're constantly playing that Hollywood game about who's more famous, right? It's the height of everything wrong with the world, like this velvet rope attitude.
That's interesting. I'm not sure if this is what you're getting at, but it's like we can't have 2 guests on the same day because we need to make it seem like they're the only celebrity in Hollywood while they're in our studio. You know, we need to make them feel extra special so they have a really good feeling about us, and they can't be sitting in the green room with another celebrity because they'll feel less special on our show or something. I wonder if that had something to do with it.
But I think Arm's right. I think the laziness is probably the biggest piece of it.
He can't improvise out of anything anymore. He doesn't know how to. They used to think on their feet all the time back then. But when you're dealing with Jenny McCarthy and Joel, who are booked on the same day for the show, the Pelican Brief happened after the show. Right. They're looking at this, and again, they're star fuckers, and they're constantly weighing the celebrity game of who's more famous, and are you A-list, B-list, C-list, that whole bullshit. Nobody does it more than they do, and you saw it during the Pelican Brief. It was literally 90% of the meeting, and they take those 2 and they say, I don't know, is Joel more famous than Jenny McCarthy? I don't know. Who, you know, you go into they're 2 different genres, and depending on where Jewel's on the downside of her pop career at that time, and Jenny McCarthy's sort of she's on Sirius, and yet she's dating fucking who's the wigger from New Kids on the Block, Donnie Wahlberg, and so he didn't know who's bigger out of the 2. So that they're in this quandary of who do we prefer?
Yeah, John Hine didn't prepare notes on one of them, so it's a disaster for Howard.
And so this is Carmen Electra. Can she, at this time in her life, she can be late, you know, and they'll go along with it. How late can you be? Who knows? But the Stern Show got very bitter. It's like, oh, you wouldn't do this to Letterman. You would never be late for, you know, you wouldn't be late for Johnny Carson. You would never be late for Arsenio. You would never be late. Whatever. Pick your show that's on TV. But on our show, you feel like you could just show up 45 minutes late.
Meanwhile, I'm going to send a deli platter to Gary's dad's funeral. I can even fucking show up.
Howard, I don't know if this occurs to you, but your show's 4.5 hours long.
Right.
You do have
right.
Letterman's 44 minutes.
We can skip Will the Farter for today. Okay.
That is such the thing that I remember going back then going, who gives a shit? Like, get off. And they just insisted on going these absolute lowbrow fucking white trash.
It's like cable access bullshit. Yeah.
4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Jump seat right here.
Hi. How are you? Good. See you in a few minutes. Okay.
So, Carmen, what happened? Howard was talking about how you were late.
Now, of course, Mike Ganji. This is why David's here, so we had to have a Mike Ganji segment.
This morning.
I had a wake-up call at 5:30, and I never got it, so I woke up at 6:30 on my own. I just kind of woke up, and I don't know, man. I just had to sort of get it together in a half an hour.
I'll say it again. This show is very hamstrung. And it's a major handicap that it was on at this time. They really should have moved it to the afternoon.
You know,
I have no idea. I will fight that to the day I die, that it was stupid doing the show in the morning.
I feel like the last couple Lotus notes that we've done, you've pulled clips where just coincidentally the celebrity is talking about the difficulties of being up at this hour. Like it's amazing how
and it wasn't even deliberate. It wasn't even like I wasn't even going every time. They go, nah, God, this. Whether it's the wake up call or the energy or it's just not good. And you're trying to do this rock and roll show, and it's not.
But
go ahead, Tamara. I'm sorry.
No, but you know. It's what you're saying. It's like there was absolutely no reason to keep it on that hour, none whatsoever, except for Howard to torture everybody. Like
there were
no other. Sorry.
Go ahead, Tamara.
I was gonna say there wasn't really any other radio shows that was up to his level, right?
Not
There's
really.
no
No,
competition.
no.
So of course I'm going to do it in the morning because everyone else has a show in the afternoon.
No. I mean, they always say that the morning drive was what radio claims that they made their advertising. Hey, I don't believe that's true at all. Rush Limbaugh, who I despise, like him or hate him, he had a huge audience, and he was on at noon.
Yeah.
So
Well,
there's a kind of a Kevin Costner, thing. If you build it, they will come.
Right.
With the Stern show, especially.
It's the thing that you always say. There's no reason to listen live.
There's not.
No.
It doesn't matter. I mean, unless you're calling in, who gives a shit if it's live? Like, I mean, honestly, what they should have done if I were running K-Rock at the time, I would have had the show. We've gone back to what they did at WNBC, 3 to 7, something like that, right? Then take the show and then replayed it in the morning. That's what I've done. And I know they were offered that, by the way, and Buckwall blocked it because the money wasn't right. It's always money.
I mean, the live thing is only of value if, like, Johnny Depp is phoning in and Arm is trying to furiously call in. Like, how else would you know that he's on the show unless, it was being broadcast live?
And the fact that show was in the morning, that made me angrier because I remember thinking,
Right.
God damn it, if this were on in the afternoon, I could be so fucking ready to go.
Right.
And it just it was horrible. It was just awful trying to just get my head together and then trying to get through. It was horrible. And then Hooper goes, bringing them in early. Howard thinks he has a better chance of catching them off guard. I don't know if that was his idea in the beginning, Hooper. Probably as it got on, I do think they had meetings where they said, oh, we have an advantage over the guests because we're used to being up at this time.
I also think he's a baby who just wants his day free like a child.
That's a huge part of it.
He doesn't want to keep banker's hours like an adult. He wants to be a child perpetually.
I want to get it over with. Like when you're
Right.
a little kid, you can get up really early because you want to get it over with.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is get it over with all the time. It's no way to do, and I don't want to hear my host always with one foot out the door, which is what the anything else Robin sort of comes from. Right?
You just picture
Nobody
him
wants to hear that.
swiveling in his office chair, not even looking at Robin like anything else, Robin.
And when you're talking about like the afternoon, you're bringing in it's a way bigger swath of guests that are available at that time.
Yeah.
And the energy's better and everything else, and the callers are more. It's just incredibly different. And Sky Spectre goes, I love a live. What does it mean to you, though, that they're live? Like, what is that? How does it help you that they're live? Like, what is that? They're not like today, like the big dumpster fire piece of shit show they do today has no reason to be live and no reason. I mean, they don't even comment on current events. So
Right.
what is the point of that being live? The shit they do today.
I love hearing the creator of Mad Magazine's obituary 3 months after he dies live.
Yeah, it's like he just took a month off, and he's coming back to comment on the death of fucking what's his name who dated Heidi Fleiss.
Jesus.
God, I'm blanking on his names. Jesus, from Detroit, and he's a great character actor. And
Dennis Hoff.
No. I'm thinking of. And we'll go back to Carmen.
George Wendt.
Word that you weren't coming in.
George Wendt, yeah.
Oh, of course, I would never flake on Howard.
Did you hear him talking about you?
Tom Sizemore. I got
Yeah.
I did.
What was he saying?
He was just a little upset that I was late, I think, but I made it. He didn't believe I was going to come.
I know. I think he thought you were bailing on him.
Really? No.
Yeah.
Seriously, what is it?
Thank you, Sky Spectre. I love you live. Yeah, I love doing it live, but you know what? I got to tell you, David will test when we do those armfelds, we do stuff on Patreon. It's a lot easier because I'm sitting on the page. I'm not looking at anything. I'm not spinning all those plates, and I love playing off the chat and stuff. But if we fuck up, we can stop it and edit it, and those things are not available to you when you're doing it live.
Also, can you imagine if like the technology was such that the Stern Show could have done this with a live chat, and like Fred's job is to read the live chat, and throw things.
Well, it was there. Opie and Anthony did it. They had something called Pal Talk or something, and they used to read off and Howard could have done that.
Yeah. Well,
you know why he doesn't? So he can steal the material.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So if you write him something, he can steal the joke, and he can't tell you where he took it from.
Yeah, that's like true. He did to you. Like he
Like
did
he did
to
to
that
me.
one time.
I can't believe you remember that. That's right. So
Yep.
when I was on hold with Mark Hamill, they stole my entire like verbatim stuff, and then Howard took my entire transcript and used it as his own for Mark Hamill.
Could you
via Stuttering John?
Could you technically be considered like assistant head writer next to Will Murray now?
Yes. Yes.
That was violating. It made me. I stopped listening to the show for about 2 months after that.
Yeah, that's
violating.
an icky feeling.
Yeah, it was very icky, and it showed you like the fourth wall of what the shady shit that goes on and stuff.
With you and black dudes. I mean, what's going on?
I don't have a thing for just black guys.
I think you do.
Really?
See, because in researching, I found.
Oh, Chubby, you're so right. Gary with the dumb pen behind his ear. That's like chewing a toothpick. You don't need the way Depp did it on Jump Street. He had a constantly in a toothpick.
But it's also part of the Gary Delabate thing of like looking busier than you actually are, so people don't bother you.
Oh, it's so funny. The pen behind the ear is like George Costanza said, always look irritated and stuff. If you put the pen behind the ear, you're. Or how about this? Even better, if you want someone to get off your ass and look busy, run around with a clipboard under your arm. Just carry a clipboard around everywhere you go.
Well, because
everybody will leave you alone.
The pen in the ear is like, I got to have my pen in a holster because I got to write something down like out of nowhere.
You never know.
Yes.
You
never know. Exactly.
Yeah, like
you lost your virginity to a black guy. That's true, right? A guy in your high school.
I went to a school that was predominantly black, so.
Right.
Yeah, missing in action's right. Morning radio has always been this old school guard thing they were afraid to change. And by the way podcasts are now, morning radio is finally go, oh shit, we did have it wrong. We did have it wrong all that time.
Right.
Always considered top of the mountain for them and is always embedded in his brain. And he was too insecure to leave that time. Definitely MIA.
Well,
God forbid someone took that slot and did it better than he did. That's exactly right.
I also think that whatever it was in Connecticut, in Hartford, or at WNBC, that's how I have to think it's done for the rest of my career, because I can't reprogram my brain to learn something else. It's too much work.
Everything's work. Everything is too much work. Right.
Right. Well, Fred had the same problem moving from carts to technology.
That's right.
Well, I'm not sure he's even past it now. I don't think he's even mastered it. I still think he hasn't gotten to it yet. When we're gonna, Fred's birthday is coming up, his 70th, and we're doing a Fred show next month, the 70th birthday, and there's a great fight from the early days of Sirius when he had months and months to learn the tech and he refused to do it, and he had this huge fight with Howard. It was like a month in or a couple weeks in, and it's a great look at that. I can't wait to listen to it.
I think he only learned how to do like 6 buttons on it because like he plays a much more condensed set of sound effects during series,
way less. He's afraid of anything new.
Yeah.
Like Bon Jovial is so brilliant at that. He will make drops during the show of things we're saying during the show, and it's more than Fred does the whole year. He will create drops during a single show we do. And that is more stuff than Fred plays the entire year. And he's still playing Riley Martin stuff, and he's still playing. He can't up these. I mean, he just. And it's funny because all those voices, a lot are banned from the show, so he doesn't even know. So that's been eliminated from his repertoire now. He doesn't know what to do. He can't think of anything.
Yeah,
everything is a sound drop.
Technology? Do you think he's aware of
he's afraid of
technology? You know what I mean? Yeah.
He's a made man, and he's afraid of it. He doesn't have any accountability. It's really the easiest job in all of radio, even easier than Howard's. Like Tracy Millman said that. She's like, I want to be Fred. It's the easiest job in radio. He has no accountability.
Arm, what are the odds that Howard neutered Fred in his drops the way he did with Robin in her news?
I think something did go down where he said, we got all these people on the red flag list. We can't play, and we don't want to give them any acknowledgement. So if it's whoever, Crazy Cabby, Stuttering John, whatever, don't play Casey Armstrong. Don't play anything because we don't want to. And so that eliminated like 90% of what Fred played.
Also, the learning process, you're going to make mistakes. That's just part of the learning process. And Fred can't be seen to, from his perspective, he can't be seen to look stupid, because how else is he going to trash Julie Bowen to her face that she's stupid?
And he's so thin-skinned that he couldn't take the criticism off it anyway. You can't
Right,
say anything to him.
He's going to walk out of the room.
Like a
I like
crazy
interesting
life.
people. I
Right.
like interesting people. I think they're entertaining.
And what do you talk about with
Really need a husband who you walk into his bedroom and there are two girls already there.
She likes that.
No, I don't.
Yes,
no,
that turns you
no.
on in some way.
No.
Like, wow. I'm telling you, baby, you like that.
It's a challenge.
No,
There's no way you marry a guy like that if you don't love that. You love it. You like the fact that there's
Yeah, but
always
you know what though?
aggravation.
You saw how different he is when you know the mics are off and he's talking to you.
Yeah.
He's like a normal guy. He's really
A. Smith said there's some guy walking in his job where he's got gloves in the back pocket. That's funny. That's a busy look too. The guy walking around with the gloves in the back pocket. At any moment, I could put these gloves on and I'm busy. That's so funny. That's definitely someone. That's so funny.
No, what I did is I just cut everyone out of my life, and I spent a lot of time alone.
I don't even think she's been.
So she's cut everyone out of her life. She's alone. This is the first time she's single in whatever, and this is
dating.
I haven't
she
been.
dates.
No, I haven't been.
Really?
Mm-mm.
When's the last time you got laid?
Prince is coming up any second.
It's been a while.
How many months?
So you guys remember what you heard last time with Prince, and right?
Yeah, she
Carmen?
said.
Yes.
She said that they
Listen
used
to
to
this.
fool around in the studio. That's
Listen
what
to
she
this
said.
back pedal. Yep.
To masturbate a lot.
Really?
Take care of myself. Yeah.
What do you use, a vibrator?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby. I mean,
Hold on a second.
that's such a hot image.
It wasn't about Fred giving me up.
You dumped him?
That's why he's angry.
Did you dump? Who dumped who with the Prince thing? Prince dumped you, right?
No, we didn't date. We never dated.
Oh, you banged Prince. I read
No.
about it. You never had sex with Prince?
No. Mm-mm.
Didn't you used to live in his mansion or something?
You know, I stayed there for about a week.
What do you guys think so far?
She's
Can
lying.
you believe that? What happened in that time? I
How
read
many-
this in Mark's friggin' and I went and got this. It's worse than I thought.
How many
She's-
years difference is this between the original and this?
4.
4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
4. And they don't.
That would be
they're not as good
94
back
to
then.
98, right?
This is 96 is the first one. This is 2000.
Mm.
They're not as good back then with technology where you can pull something up really quick and go to it. So you're sort of fumbling around trying to
Right.
find proof. Like even Gary's like going, didn't you say you lived with, they don't remember really. So she can lie to them and they don't know.
Can I just say that just shows how talentless Gary is, that he wouldn't have thought of the idea by this point, like, hey, let's go pull all the previous interviews of someone who's coming in today. So we have like clips ready to nail them with, that they wouldn't like spring to figure out how to do. There's a way to do that in this time frame,
Yep.
And that Gary didn't think to do that is just, again, everybody's lazy on that show.
The staff is probably 1/10 of what it is now.
Right.
So it's like Casey or Benji's doing research for them. That's whose job it is.
Yeah, like that Benji, it's like how many times had Carmen Electra been on the show by this point?
One.
Okay, so go through that whole interview and find stuff that we can do follow-up with. I mean, it's an easy, it would take
So
2
right.
hours.
You're
tops.
so right.
Especially that Howard would 100% love catching them, in a
Yeah,
mystic
you said this
statement.
last time, and now you're backpedaling, right?
Used to live in his mansion or something?
You know, I stayed there for about a week when I first moved out there, and then I got an apartment in Minneapolis.
Right. And you.
So they should they should be playing back her first interview right to her face. Like, no, you didn't. Look at this. You fooled
Also,
around.
like on Howard TV, when put the clip in, it's like, okay, you didn't get her in studio, but put the clip in to show that she's,
David's
contradicting
got another
herself.
great point. This is actually Howard TV, so they could easily dub in the first one and show you the side by side. That's a great point, David.
Yeah, as riveting as the still photograph of Prince is, maybe you could put a clip in,
What a great shot! That's a shot at Ganji, and like that's
My
David's
love-hate relationship
Ganji.
with Ganji.
Thank you, A. Smith. We love you, sir. Anyone who could donate to the cause would be greatly appreciated. To the ARM fund, the ARM Prexa fund.
I was there for 2 years, recorded an album,
and
went on tour with
Prince
him.
never tried to get you in bed.
He was dating somebody else. I don't know.
And valsartan, blood pressure medication, which Tamara knows very well. Tamara's been shuttling, thank you for the 10-year supply of valsartan, by the way, Tamara. I've been dealing it. I've been dealing it. I got between that and Sarah's Lucy cigarettes, we got a moguls here.
Try. Come on. He never tried?
Mm-mm.
You think he's gay?
No.
That's why there's a question.
No. He's
Honey, if a
definitely
guy
not
doesn't try to
gay.
get you in bed, there's something wrong.
Recorded an album, moved out there, and then I got an.
Didn't you used to live in his mansion or something?
I stayed there for about a week when I first moved out there, and then I got an apartment in Minneapolis.
Right. And you never
I was there for 2 years, recorded an album,
and
went on tour with
Prince
him.
never tried to get you in bed.
He was dating somebody else. I don't know.
I would still try. Come on.
Guys, is this crazy? What what we just heard in '96, and she's going to this, and she knows she can lie to him. You can tell she's lying.
She's
I'm
fidgeting.
not Ed Torian here.
I was just gonna say she's fidgeting with the mic or some sort of wire.
Yeah, with a
on the
cord
mic.
or with her jewelry or something. Yeah.
And I don't even believe in the body language shit. I'm not Ed Torian, but any idiot can tell she's lying here.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Now, what do you think happened to her, guys? You think Prince's people got to her and like, do not fucking talk about him ever again?
I mean, is she more famous now at this? I mean, obviously it's later in time. She's more famous and maybe feels like she has to be guarded about her history. I don't know.
She's dating Dennis Rodman. She's known for dating Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit was fairly big at that time. Dennis Rodman's coming off the '90s Bulls. I think she likes guys with rebound fetishes like me. I think you like black guys? Or do you like guys who are unusually obsessed with the art of rebounding, like I am? I was into it before Rodman was, by the way. I mean, even inch for inch. Like, granted, I would have a hard time, but like my rebounds are way better looking than his. If you see me do a one-handed rebound even in my driveway by myself, it is better than a 360 tomahawk dunk. There's something you get oohs and ahs from the crowd when you do a one-handed rebound. I don't know if it's just because it's so rare, people don't see it. I can't dunk, so my way of dunking is rebound choreography and the one-handed rebound. You got to see this. You got to see this.
I'll be honest. I only understood the prepositions in that paragraph.
We have rebounding medication now over the counter. Thank you, Tamara. That's really magnanimous of you. Not necessary. God, I cannot believe the lying that's going. This is so crazy. And I'm just like, this might be the biggest lie to his face after she's been on the show. This is so crazy.
He never tried? You think he's gay?
No.
That's why there's a question.
No.
Projection.
No.
That's why there's a question.
No.
Honey, if a guy doesn't try to get you in bed, there's something wrong.
That's why the question.
You never serviced him, you never give him fellatio, nothing.
All sex.
No. Yeah. Well, define sex. She's like a Bill Clinton.
Now she's giggle lying through it. No. She can't wait for this topic to change.
Well, she did a smart thing, which is like laugh at Howard because that gets him going into thinking he's funny, and he'll just keep making jokes and get him off asking her questions. You know,
Scott Smith's laughing so much. Sorry, we're working. Missing in action says, didn't she? Yeah, Dave Navarro is another one. Dave Navarro is a good one to look at. Maybe he's been on the show a few times, and I wonder if he brings Prince up in some capacity. They're both really talented musicians, both midgets. There's a lot of similarities there. Dave Navarro is kind of like that guy. He's got like a cool factor. Every time I see him interviewed, I come away pretty impressed. I feel like he's a well-adjusted like musical superstar that's in the Chili Peppers. I'm always like, am I wrong about that? Does he seem like he's a bit of a cool factor about him? He kind of gets it.
He was my favorite Jane's Addiction member. You know.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, I agree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't she marry? I forgot how pretty she was. Yeah, she's definitely. I mean, again, Chubby would have a legitimate shot at her. By the way, I feel.
to do. It's unbelievable.
No, but I wanted to move to LA, and so I was the person that said, I'm going to get a place in LA, and I left.
Right. So when you're with like Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit, what is it? He's just a womanizer too? Like he would have you and then move on to another woman?
I don't know. It's just so.
It's so, and I said this like last time, Bon Jovi made a really good short from that too, with Carmen Electra, that the world is, LA is way too many Carmen Electras and not enough Davids. And she went there to do what? She just wants to be around famous people. There's nothing of substance at all. She's dancing. She's the worst actress on the face of the earth. Nobody gives a shit. Yeah. And it's you have a city of Carmen Electras. It really is crazy. And again, Kardashians and Vanderpumps and stuff like that. That's the whole city.
I think they figure like the creeps who, have money in this town will figure out some use for them. It's like, I'll move to LA until someone tells me what my purpose is as a slab of meat,
Yeah. I'm whatever you want. I don't know. I'm an actress. I'm a singer. I'm a model. I don't know. I just want to be famous. Just make me famous. Like the Kardashians really are the blueprint for a lot of what that is. Like their dream, like a lazy hot chick from the town that looks at themselves and says, I'm too hot for this town. Make me go to New York or LA. This Kardashians' life is really what they want. I want to get paid to do, and really the influencer thing now is a step in that direction, right? You have a whole gaggle of them now.
I hate
it all started with a sex tape, Arm. We have to remember
it really did, right? Ray J's sex tape, right? Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. That all happened from Ray J's sex tape.
And then they're considered like family friendly enough to go on the Today Show to do like morning cooking recipes.
Yes, it's a sex tape. Timothy Chalamet at the front row of the Nick Pacer series with Kendall fucking Jenner.
Right.
And she's there because of Ray J's sex tape, right? It's all goes back to that. She doesn't do it. She does less than Kim does.
And Kris Jenner rides the wave of it. She must be a proud mommy.
Yes, David said Kris Jenner rides the wave of it, and she manipulates the whole thing, and it's almost like the closest thing we have to royalty in a way. Like you ever see like the royal family, like, and you're like, what do they do? And they're just born in. It's become a royal family.
She's more like a pimp, though.
Yeah. She's essentially is pimping out her own daughters. Yeah. And her thing is to line them up with athletes and actors. Like you talk about like Kardashians spit you out and chew you up. Like it is like Chris fucking Humphreys and Lamar Odom. Like forget about that. The Lincoln Project have that book, Everything Trump Touches Dies. It's really everything the Kardashians touch dies. Right. It's going to end badly. It's always going to end badly.
Yeah. Hey, Arm.
Yes.
Arm, can I share something really quick? Two things. I saw a clip on the Kardashians. It was like a little video clip, and the claim was that hundreds of years ago, one of their ancestors was a witch, and she wanted her bloodline to basically have power, be famous, etc. And that's the claim why all of the relationships that these women are in fail so spectacularly, because that was the trade-off for, the power and fame. You're never going to have a good relationship.
Well, they're always going to be, and again, it's part of like David said about Kris Jenner's plan about you're always going to be looking, what do they call it? The BBD, the bigger, better deal. So you're always looking to trade up or date up. And this guy's like, Chris Humphreys says nothing anymore. Let's find, and these idiots go along with it, but it's really due to the publicists, right? And the managers. This is not some organic courting, lest you think.
It's corporate mergers. That's what it is.
Very nice.
Yeah. And Arm, nice. I want to share like a little conspiracy that I stumbled onto years and years ago, but I just revisited it just because it's so stupid. So do you know the song "I Would Die for You"?
Yeah. I would.
Okay, from Purple Rain.
Yep.
So the lyrics: "I'm not a woman. I'm not a man. I am something you will never understand. I'm not your lover. I'm not your friend. I'm something you will never comprehend. No need to worry. No need to cry. I'm your Messiah, and you're the reason why. So I just stumbled into this video where the presenter used those lyrics to portray Prince as a Baphomet. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's if you ever see like the satanic goat, and it has like the pentagram and the horns, and the hands are like in a symbol. Both hands have a certain, way that they're being held. That's the Baphomet. And I also, when I was trying to find that exact video, I came across something called Satan's Musical Prophets, Chapter 1, Prince. And they bring up musical sorcery, hidden subliminal messages, sun god worship, false gods, idol worship, seducing spirits, doctrine of devils, and selling their soul. So
I think, you know Prince better than I. You know him better than Azari does, big time. And we all do. He sits around really thinking about shtick like that. He is so calculated that it would not put it past me if that is part of, he's always playing, I don't know, would you call it chess with the audience in shtick coma mode. And I wouldn't put it past him if he thought that's all thought out. Yeah. Yes, Rupert Pumpkin. Howard would never ask that question about the vibrator to Carol Burnett. Oh, then there was a time he would have done it in the 90s, actually, as a joke.
Yeah, and at the end of that, Satan's musicians, or whatever the hell the video was, they said, Lucifer was created as an angelic musical conductor, and that musical instruments were created in him. He's like the Pied Piper, luring the youth to follow him through music. So, David, you have been playing the devil strings your whole life.
I guess so.
Wow.
Speaking of bloodlines, I got to get my Raleigh Martin PJR pretty soon. But the Pied Piper, he does that with the broads, right? First he builds them up, calling them Messiah, and then he tears them down and shits on them with the next song, right? You can really bipolar music. It's crazy. Rupert Pumpkin goes, no, it's not the technology. The staff is just stupid and incompetent. Blaming the technology. She needs an SDA now, A. Smith. It's crazy. She's with that hit parade, and we probably don't even know the half of who she's been with as well. Stutter and John delegating his, that's also true, Rupert.
Yeah.
Stutter and John delegating his assignments to interns who know nothing. That's definitely part of the problem. I think that definitely went down.
He's too busy on the phone with Sal.
Here's a weird one. Yeah, right. Boiler room bullshit.
Right.
Here's one you guys probably don't know. You know who Prince happens to be cousins with? Eddie Griffin, the undercover brother. I don't know how I found this. This is just like hitting the Control F G spot of Mark's friggin', and somehow this came up. Listen to this.
Just riff Eddie Griffin.
Wow.
Griffin.
When's the last time you guys thought about Eddie Griffin, by the way? I was thinking about this. Like, he's so of the time. Right? Early 2000s.
He was in Norbit. That was like the last thing I found.
I like Norbit. I thought Norbit was funny.
It's okay.
I don't know. I thought Norbit was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Arm.
Yeah.
You talk about the Control F G spot. Prince has a song called G spot.
G spot. Mm-hmm.
What year did that come out?
Oh, that was in the 80s, and I think it had to do with maybe Joel Jones or like one of his proteges. It's an outtake.
After I play this, I want everybody here. I'm not sure if David just tapped into it because he's stuck in 1955, but if you can give me the deadest time in Prince's career, the most irrelevant he ever was. Think about it after I play this. And when you think, oh God, he's done. This is the worst, the most irrelevant. If there was a time that you kind of, okay, we're never going to hear from him again. Give me the time period where you thought his career was at its lowest after we do this.
And did you
you ever audition for like Saturday Night Live or one of these kind of shows? Did you ever try to get on one of them?
Well, it was Saturday Night Live. I met with Lauren Michaels, I think it was like in 94 or something.
Right.
He thought I was a little too wild for Saturday Night.
He did?
Yeah.
Did your father ever see you perform?
Yes, he did.
He did? Oh.
Before he passed, yes, I went back home to KC, and the mayor gave me the key to the city and all that.
And I didn't know if this was true or a joke. You're cousins with Prince? Prince is your cousin?
This is according to my mother, yes indeed. Prince doesn't know anything about it.
Have you ever met with Prince, or did he?
Yes, I've met Prince, yes.
You have?
Yes.
And did you say you're my cousin?
No, I didn't let him know nothing. He don't look at you when you talk.
He doesn't?
No, he's like, man, you know.
He doesn't look at you?
No.
And he's also about 2'6", so he's not a tall guy, right?
You ready? Because you're not the tallest man.
No.
I'm about 6'2", you know. On a good day.
You know, I always hear rumors that Bill Cosby goes up to a lot of the young black comics and says, "Don't work blue." Has he ever given you that lecture?
No, I mean,
This is like before any of the Cosby.
Yeah, right.
The reason people hated Cosby then was, remember Eddie Murphy had a feud with Bill Cosby because Eddie Murphy hated that Cosby was going around telling everybody how to be comedians. You can't be dirty. You can't work blue. I'm going to tell you how it's done. What, Tamara?
No, I was going to say the biggest thing is don't curse. You know,
don't curse.
Represent us. Yeah.
Right. And that was the thing back then. That was when they hated him for a whole other reason back then. And now, let me see here. So Tim Ross said, okay, so is it safe to say no one knew that Eddie Griffin was cousins with Prince?
I never even heard that.
I think that's an untruth. You know how some moms say stuff just to say something? I don't believe that's true.
You missed David before this show, Tamara. He says, I know how you people think you're all cousins. And I was like,
you know what? But that's a true statement.
Yeah, it sounds like me. That tracks.
Those tendrils, I'm sorry.
I say that a lot. That's true. That's true.
Next thing. Okay, so now just think about it, guys. If you had to ballpark it, what is the worst time in Prince's career relevance-wise?
Tam, friend, do you want to go first?
I'm going to give you my answer after you go.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you go. You go first.
Oh, me, Tamfram. Okay.
Yes.
I would say towards the late 90s when he was trying to fight for to get out of that Warner Brother contract he had, and he was just throwing he was just throwing albums out there just to finish out that contract. I don't remember any good music that came out of that period.
Tendrils, you want to go?
Yeah. So I actually am going to reference 3 different time periods. So there is, I want to give a shout out to a YouTube channel by Brother Charles Ward. This person has put together these unreleased vault compilations, and they're in blocks of time, 1980 to 84, 85 to 88 or whatever. And most of them are amazing. And one of the vault compilations that he put together is 1990. And so this is a period between Graffiti Bridge and Diamonds and Pearls.
That's a good answer, too.
Now, considering the material that was on Graffiti Bridge, some of the things that he kind of pulled out of his ass from like the early 80s, now it's surfacing on an album 9 years later. And there was a lot of filler in that album, but it's because there was a movie connected to it. That album could have been considering some of the songs that he just pulled from out of the past. If he would have made an album that had more of that material, I think it would have been a lot better than it was. And then Diamonds and Pearls, he was very, very polished, very polished. That's sort of like he's making a big comeback.
Overproduced.
Yeah, but if you listen to the Prince 1990 Vault album on that channel that I just talked about, you would never guess that person was a brilliant musician. Like a really strange, a lot of strange. I don't know, just a lot of strange shit he was playing with, and just a weird period. The other is also, I agree with Tamfran. Around the symbol. So, it was a big deal when he released the Gold Experience for fans, because he's, Prince is dead and now he's the symbol. And that album is just so, amazing. And it was an exciting time to be a Prince fan because you just had this expectation of where it was going to go and the possibilities, and a lot of that just never materialized. And so it was exciting and confusing kind of at the same time, because you just didn't know if he was going to last. And then the other period for me that stands out is him converting to Jehovah's Witness.
Right.
Because all of a sudden, he's censoring himself and he won't play certain songs in concerts. And, I get it. When you're young and you're wild and you grow older and you just calm down. But, your spirit, I don't know, most people's spirits, like, they just continue living on. I'm in my 50s and I'm 19 inside. Like, you know what I'm saying? I still feel that spark. I think that was
the age of consent in your mind is in fact 18. is Minnesota, is actually Minnesota.
Yeah. So I don't know, like the post conversion period, there was a lot of kind of weird things that he did.
Yeah.
Some really good stuff, but a lot of weird things like, what are you doing and what's going on?
That's interesting. Great answers by both of you. You got to remember what time this is too. Like, so the 90s is a really hip time for you. Got the grunge movement. You got rap is at an all-time high, and I don't know where Prince fits in the 90s anymore. Even when you mentioned him in 1990, you wouldn't be caught wearing a fucking Prince t-shirt in my school. So you kind of not sure where he lies in all of this. In the 90s, it seemed like it was really, to me, a dead zone. Even after Diamonds and Pearls and all that stuff, Tamara really stole my thunder, because I'm going with like the late 90s. It seemed like I would never thought we would hear from Prince ever again after the late 90s.
Yeah.
Hey, Tamara, there's a reverb, I think, coming from your end. Do you have the volume up?
Let me check.
It could be. If I mute you, it might. I don't know. Does that make you guys hear
now?
I think so.
I think it's better. Yeah,
okay,
we were just hearing the show back.
You were hearing the show. I don't know if you have the volume. See, Tamara's parents are listening to her with her in the same room, in the same room, and then shaking their head, going, "I'm so proud of my daughter."
I'm sorry, Lauren. No problem.
That's all right. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Tamara's at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
They got a room. They got a room. Hey guys, do you remember Scary Movie, the Wayans brothers?
Yeah.
Yes.
PC23 says, did Carmen Electra have a line where she admits to having sex with Prince in the movie, like as a kind of a playing myself kind of thing?
I don't remember. I haven't seen that in a while.
I haven't seen that movie in years.
I could see that being the case. Yeah, Dave Navarro is the rock star Depp he wishes he could be. That's pretty good, Autobot. That's a great line by you. That's so true. That is because he plays with all the same people. Like, there's a Viper Room vibe with Dave Navarro, right? And obviously Jane's Addiction and Chili Peppers, which are all part of that Viper Room. That is a great line, Autobot. Dave Navarro is the rock star Depp wishes. It really is. He's the perfect name. I think you're right about that. And the fucking soul patch and the hair is the same. I couldn't agree more with that.
Hey,
anyway,
John.
Yes.
Check the private chat. I just found the Carmen Electra Scary Movie quote.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's a 9-second video.
Okay, David, fantastic. I didn't even I'm just spinning so many plates. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I can actually do that. Actually go. Obviously, you can do that. So here we go. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Help! Oh, that's not my boyfriend. I mean, I fucked him a couple of times, but that's it.
Holy shit. PC23. That is so fucking dumb. She has the audacity to do that line in the movie and agree to do it.
Right.
And it was a big movie.
Yeah.
And then tells Howard nothing happened after she already admitted to it on his show 4 years prior. Isn't that crazy? What the fuck was that?
That's weird because Scary Movie came out in 2000 when she did that Howard interview. So she changed her tune quickly right away.
Here we go again.
But I wonder if it's because she doesn't.
Help! Help! Oh, that's not my boyfriend. I mean, I fucked him a couple of times, but that's it.
Oh my God. And that's, what is that? Marlon Wayans? Isn't that the white girl's makeup?
Oh, the white chicks.
Yeah, white chicks. Go ahead,
But
Tamara,
I wonder
I'm
if
sorry.
she did that. I wonder if she made, she backpedaled because she knew it was going to be a soliloquy on how she fucked Prince and what happened. And, she just didn't want to deal with
it. Could be. It could be. I don't know what she's up to, but
maybe
she's
she didn't
lying.
want to dish it on Howard because it's like
a spoiler of some kind.
Right, or I'm not gonna let Howard monetize this. I'm going to monetize
Correct.
this.
It could be. She's up to something. I mean, she's always scheming in some way, as chicks of her ilk tend to do. But I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know what the official answer. I'd love to ask her, actually. I don't know. Get her on social media and go and play all this shit back to her in a montage.
Right.
That was that PC23. That was a great get by you. I don't know how you remember specific dialogue in Scary Movie. I guess it was a big movie. And people watched it 100 times. It was very. They did a few. Wasn't Beetlejuice in the second one or the third one?
Oh, maybe I only saw the first
cameo
one.
In one of those. Oh man, so that was great.
I don't remember that movie. Arm. I also put a link in there. If you feel inclined, this would show Prince's skills with his splits and things. If you just move the cursor to 5 minutes and 13 seconds and press play. It's really quick if you want to.
I'll do it now so I can quote, get it over with. I'm just kidding. Full screen. What'd you say? 5:13?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
The show
seconds. Yeah. Okay, you can pause it.
Wow, that's great. It's like he was levitating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His dancing ability, he just literally sat up, did the splits, and stood up. What?
He's possessed.
Crazy. Yeah.
That's why he's on pain pills. See.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. And in high heels and insisting on doing it in that way, that's crazy. Wow. And that was so smooth. The way it looked almost like AI. It was so smooth.
Or if some invisible person was just pulling him up by his underarms or something.
So speaking of which, this is we were just talking about Kim Basinger, and so in 2003, Howard is this. What else does this guy do but watch TV and movies at home and do nothing? Do absolutely nothing. He acts like this is an aberration. So he's doing his normal thing, watching mindless, scatological TV and movies at home in 2003, and he decides to watch Eminem's 8 Mile, which Curtis Hanson directed, by the way, the great director.
Oh wow!
Most people think that they were amazed how good a job Eminem did, and that 8 Mile is actually a good movie. Howard shits on it. It's, again, always thinking the projection way. Why? Because it did far better than Private Parts did, and it's got a kind of a similar thing, right? Here's a newcomer Eminem playing himself and doing it much better than Howard did. So of course Howard shits on the movie. Everybody I know, even cynics, like, oh, I couldn't believe how good Eminem was in that movie. He's way better than I thought it would be. And so he shits on it. And what do we compare it to? Howard going bipolar on Prince once again.
I'm sitting there, and I decided I was having a weekend of movies. So the first thing I get a hold of is 8 Mile, Eminem.
Uh-huh.
The worst movie I ever saw. I mean, I'm sitting there the whole... Did you see it?
No, but just the previews, it looked so bad.
I got to tell you something. I think the movie made like a...
Oh, Fred, Prince, I remember the last interview I saw with Prince, he said, I thought I did everything in music except I never got to play with King Norris, and that'll always be a regret to my dying day.
He didn't get to do the splits on Don't Talk Down to Me.
At a pub in Park Slope, Brooklyn on a Wednesday night.
Hey, Arm, are they still a group? Can I rent them out?
I don't know if they play anymore, actually. You remember Steve Brandano used to hang out with Fred, and they thought they were these like music files, go see bands together and talk shop and talk guitar. I don't know if they play anymore. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to do that Fred show. I
They've
was telling Debbie.
They've on Discogs. They have one album from 1999 called Animal.
What a basic bitch name, Animal.
Yeah.
Shut up. You're not tortured. You fucking suck. Animal.
Don't Talk Down to Me is track 6 on the album.
Wow.
It's basically it's pub music. It's just pub music.
Yeah.
Prince. Is Prince related to Peter Griffin, says Hooper. Yes, he is. Not Eddie Griffin, Peter Griffin. Blake Griffin.
$100 million or
Yeah,
something?
more, probably.
I cannot believe anybody bought into this. I read the reviews. They were spectacular.
You have to... That movie wasn't made for you.
No. No, it wasn't. I didn't see it.
It wasn't made for humans. It wasn't made for Artie or Fred.
I don't think it was made for anyone. I got to tell you something. Brittany Murphy's horrible.
And little does Prince know, Brittany Murphy is not horrible in it. She's great in it. Have you ever heard a worse? He's the worst. He's such a. Everything is so self-indulgent. Everything is so capricious and mindless, and everything. He's the worst fucking taste in pop culture. It's just the worst. Everything, music, movies, TV, everything.
Yeah, I mean, 8 Mile couldn't be shown on the WB, so Howard hates it.
Yes, Prince discovered. Yeah, we went over that, Joni, with Carmen. We did that. That was the last show. He claims he basically discovered her and the name and everything. Her name's Tara Patrick, after the porn actress. It's the same name. It just happens to be the same name.
Yeah, Electra comes from Around the World in a Day. The latter.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Melvin Gold says Prince's career hit its lowest commercial point in the mid to late 90s. That's what I say, Melvin. That's exactly what I say. Particularly around the time he changed his name to the unpronounceable symbol. So there was a Johnny Depp interview where you could see the bitterness with Sherilyn Fenn. And I didn't connect the dots until Black Morticia Adams told me about the connection. And he goes, the interviewer says to him, you want to get away from all of this. You should change your name and do what Prince did. And he goes, oh, God damn it. What is that goddamn fucking symbol he has? Is that a fucking fish hook or something? Oh, fuck that guy. I'm like, I didn't realize that the history there, he didn't, he of course didn't mention it. But he took this swipe at Prince for all the gimmicks and stuff. And he goes, what the fuck is that? What is it, a fucking fish hook or something? It's a print interview. He didn't say it out loud. I read it. It's a Movie Line magazine, I think, in like 95.
Eminem is horrible. Kim Basinger ought to be... She should have to go live in France with Roman Polanski based on that atrocity. There has to be something illegal about that performance.
You liked Purple Rain, right?
Yeah. I said to everyone, go rent Purple Rain.
Purple Rain is horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible in the same way that 8 Mile is horrible.
Yeah. I don't know.
Absolutely. The movie was for your generation. 8 Mile is about somebody else.
Norbit is better than the astronaut's wife.
We got to frame that comment. That's great.
That's such a good line, A. Smith.
Robin's crazy. Purple Rain is one of the fucking greatest movies ever.
What do you guys think of Purple Rain as would you call it a musical or would you call it a mini biopic musical? It's very hard to categorize, even though I don't know nearly as well as you guys do.
I don't, you know what? I don't think it's that autobiographical, like as far as historical facts is concerned. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I honestly like the sort of the rivalry or the anger between the girls and Prince. You know, most of that in real life was just, you know, Prince's work ethic and, you know, rehearsing to death.
You know, I compared it to 8 Mile last show, and those movies with who brought up Madonna and what was the Madonna? No, it was the it was more of a documentary that represented her. But there's a ton of these now. You know, Glitter was the other one we brought up, and he brings up so. Eminem is interesting because, and I like in this, he lives very close to where Prince is from. So he's from Detroit, you know, 8 Mile Road or whatever in Michigan. It's very close to where Minnesota is. And he's very aloof like Prince. You know, he's off in his studio and he stays in Detroit. I do think he models a lot of shit after his person. He's very difficult to get an interview with, really difficult. Like he disappears for long periods of time and you miss him enough and you think he's washed up and he comes back and everybody embraces it again. And if he died, it would be this posthumous thing. There's a lot of similarities with Eminem and Prince. Do you know that Eminem was on Howard's show twice when he was just starting out? When he just got famous and Dr. Dre signed him and stuff. And those are really good interviews that we could go over sometime. He's on twice and he hasn't been on since I want to say, I think it was 98 and 99, and he hasn't been on since. You can't get him back.
Madonna was Truth or Dare.
Oh, Truth or Dare.
Doesn't Eminem have his own channel on Sirius?
He's got his own channel, yes, and that was one of the things.
Back on Howard's show.
It's called Shade 45, right? And
correct.
When Howard first went to Sirius, that was one of the things that drove him for the show to be as bad as it is. Because he sat in this state of bitterness. Howard's goal, as the lazy fucking huckster con man that he is to do the least amount of live, as if he has anything else going on besides radio, to do the least amount of live radio possible and make all the money. But nobody else is going to be able to thrive in that. So when he got to Sirius, he saw Oprah had a channel. He saw, you know, this is before the merger or whatever. Nevertheless, XM had a thing, and Martha Stewart and Jamie Foxx and Eminem. And he's like, how do I get that? How do I get all the money and not show up? So his goal ever since that point was to get like that. And he has been chiseling days off a year ever since. How do I do no radio and get all the same money?
Unbelievable.
What an artist, right? What a work ethic.
Yeah, what he doesn't realize is that Martha Stewart and Oprah are brand names. They might as well be like Rubbermaid or Betty Crocker, you know. So that's how they're able to do it.
He's not a brand. You're right. He thinks he's a brand, and no matter how hard he and Buckwald sit in a room and try to work, he doesn't have a brand. You were a radio host.
Yeah.
You don't have a brand.
Yeah, and no one wants to be associated with you.
Right.
And you can't say that Oprah or Martha Stewart didn't work for what they have.
Right. He thinks it was just handed to him, and they got the and whatever. They should be doing what he does. They should be on 5 days a week doing 4-hour radio shows, and nevertheless, I'm not going to listen to it. They did overpay them, but you're way more overpaid than they are, and you want to be them. You're jealous. Everyone knows it. I knew it then. I know it more now. He wants to not work. That's the goal. And I say, hey, what's wrong? We're all like that. We all want to go home and do nothing. Yeah. You don't get $500 million to do that, and you're not selling radios, and you're not making the move to Sirius with 2 channels you have to program. His show is about nothing. He does nothing. It's not work what he does.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
He's mad at Ben Stern for not making him why were you not successful enough to make me a trust fund baby so I could have the perks of being a millionaire without having to actually put in a day's work?
And the deal with the devil he made at Sirius was like, this is as close as you can get. There's nothing easier in show business than this, than the gig he has.
Yeah.
That's why he'll never retire if he's not allowed to, if it's a right of refusal.
But also, like, that's a really good point. Like, he hit the jackpot in doing the least amount of work for the most amount of money in show business with very
no
little
accountability.
No accountability, very little talent, being able to siphon off the talent of others, to get your way to the top of that mountain over the course of your career. And it's still not good enough.
It's still not good enough. And he still looks at people like, I want, even doing the Furious show. What was he jealous of? He was jealous of Paula Abdul and Randy Jackson and the judging shows. And then he did it and he couldn't handle it. That was
right.
Yeah.
Just think when he dies, he will always be known as the shock jock, even though he hasn't shocked us with anything but boredom.
I mean, I say this all the time. The bad years are outnumbering the good years. It's very damn close. In my world, because I started listening in 91, I think it's even now, the bad years and the good years.
Right.
Easily. You know, the thing about him being bitter about Ben not leaving him money to be a trust fund baby, all he has to do is just quit and live the trust fund life. He has the money for it.
He has beyond generational. It is an insult to those with generational wealth. You know how many? This is like Prince generation wealth.
Yeah.
This is, and I say that, double entendre wise. His kids, great grandkids. There's no limit to that. But when you're greedy for a reason, right? All rich people they can't get enough. They're avaricious. They can't get it, and that's him.
But
that for a reason.
I also think beyond the obvious things that we always talk about, where it's like the show is for him, it's catered to his proclivities and all that stuff. Howard is in denial that he's going to die someday, and being on the radio gives him this sense of mortality that if he retired, it's having to face the reality that he's not got that many years left. He doesn't want to live in that reality. I think he'd rather die on the air and never have to think about it.
On Bill Maher show last night, they had Barry Diller. He's talking to Bill Maher in the beginning of the show, and they both said this at the same time. And this is Howard. He's so many similarities to Bill Maher as well. And they basically said, Bill Maher's like, well, Barry, you're 80. And he was talking about, he made some joke about dying or something. And Barry Diller's like, well, you never know, all the advancements now, and who knows what you could do. And I'm not giving up yet. I'm still good. And Bill Maher's like, yes, that's me too. I think something's going to happen where I'm going to be able to live for the next 70 years. That's what is in Howard's. He thinks he is so rich. Yeah. He's going to be able to throw money at some weird, discovery in science that he's going to be able to live another 7. I think he really believes that.
Yeah,
mortality does not apply to him.
Right. That's the thing about the ultra wealthy is that they're often, I think, afraid of dying, and that's why they hoard money, because they think, one, I need the money to have access to the medical, advancements to keep me alive till the age of 180. But also, if I'm going to live to 180, I got to hoard money so that I have enough money to live that long. So it's
that's a great point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of it on those terms. Yeah, I mean, he thinks he's immortal, and like I said, he's always in the way. You're with the money wise, he's kind of going, well, like you said, there's a hoarding aspect to it, and he's not interested in, like, someone super wealthy and super selfish like that. You're never ever interested in making it better for the next generation. You're not even thinking on those terms. I wouldn't even be surprised if he didn't fill a will out. I remember Jimmy Kimmel talking to him. He says it was a rare insight into them, like how, and he's like, I know you think you're going to live forever.
Right.
That wasn't really meant to be out on the air when he said it. Because I think he said that to him a few times.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
the germophobia, the whole thing. Howard's biggest nightmare is that he dies, and Beth and his daughters and whomever else get to roll around his marbles at their leisure, and he has nothing. Yeah. That is his biggest nightmare. Make no mistake.
Yeah, if he fails to have a living trust, it's completely out of spite.
Yeah. But that's how he thinks, Tendrils. His mind, it's either out of spite, out of Schadenfreude. He's always thinking in spite. Right? Everything he does. There's very little. There's always retribution. He always feels slighted. He's a professional victim. And when you're thinking on those terms, right, the thought of you leaving your money to someone is insane. I remember Joy Behar. They were talking to her about, she's 80. And they said, like, Joy, you know what, she's like, if you want your kids to thrive, you give them your money now. You're gonna wait. She's like, what if I live to 105? My kids are gonna be 80. What are they're not gonna be able to take advantage of anything I did? You give them the money now.
Absolutely. Yeah. You want to see my grandparents were that way, where it's like they had saved money their whole life. They're part of that greatest generation, mentality, where by the time they were in their 80s, they were very generous with the grandchildren, just because we want to see you enjoy it now. It's like, if there's,
you're in the prime of your life, you're not going to be able to, like, whether it's buy a home, whether it's
pay for my sister's wedding, or whatever. Yeah,
you're gonna you could. There are kids who don't their parents outlive them, and so there's no fear of mortality at all, and so. If you're living till 105 years old, your son or daughter is probably 80 something. You're gonna give him then?
That's a really interesting thing. Like, if Howard is as delusional as we just said, and he thinks he is going to find a way through his ultra wealth to live to 180, is he going to provide that for his children, or are they going to have to just live a normal human life?
Oh no, it doesn't apply to anybody but him.
No.
Make no mistake.
He'd be the only one.
Right.
8 Mile is about somebody else.
Oh, man, was it bad. There was no...
Thank you, Missing in Action. Yeah, Beetlejuice is in Scary Movie too. I knew it. And it was, the Wayans brothers came in to promote it, I think. And they said, Pumpkin says that the Weinstein dumped the Wayans brothers. And I didn't know there was a 3 and 4. They do all those parody movies now. There was like a superhero parody movie. Like, every single genre has that, parody movie thing happening.
Story, remember how Prince was always fighting with his father? Eminem's fighting with his mother. She's like, stop. I got to get clips of this movie. I had never seen a movie like this in my life.
You have too. Purple Rain is the exact same movie.
Robert's right about that. No, and I'll tell you something why it's not. I'll tell you the difference.
All right, tell me the difference.
I like Eminem's raps. You know what
It made a lot. I think I don't know what I'm going to guess. And you could fact. It's not like I'm quoting, Sleepy Hollow and 101 Million. This is different. But I do know that I remember, and Tamara, you would know better than I. Weren't there like huge gang fights during 8 Mile? Like, all these guys got like revved up in this, like, it's like watching a Rocky movie, like, where you want to punch someone in the face after it. Weren't there like fights during 8 Mile?
They thought there would be potential fights, so they hired extra security, or they kept the movie out of certain areas.
Right,
because they thought some sort of gang fight or whatever was going to break out. But no.
And it was this like it was a phenomenon. I don't know what the final tally was, but I don't know how well it did overseas. I don't know how big Wiggers are overseas, but here I think in the States, I want to say $160 million. Am I right? Slightly under 200, something like that. I mean, you could look it up. I know it did well, and I'm sure it made it. Curtis Hanson is a big time director.
Yeah,
who directed that.
LA Confidential.
Tons. He's got a great 4 or 5 movies in him.
Yeah.
I mean,
what did you say,
What?
What did you say? Your
8 Mile.
Right. What did you say your answer
I
was?
said 165 million or something in the States.
242 million worldwide.
What did it do in the United States? If you could see it. It's got to be most of it. I can't imagine anything outside is going to be.
200 million in the U.S.
Okay. I was close. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's like by far the most profitable movie of that genre, sort of the loose biopic of the artist where they're sort of playing themselves. He's calling himself Rabbit. Just call yourself Eminem. Stop with the rabbit shit. He's thinking about it's about you. Just call yourself Eminem. It's not Rabbit. Stop with the rabbit.
Arm. I wanted to make one more correction. So we were talking about the contract. It was 100 million, not 200, but still, that is a lot of money.
Yeah, of course.
That's a lot of money. Besides the whole ploy with the name change and trying to argue that, Prince is dead and I'm the symbol, so you need to give me all my stuff. The his beef or his argument, was a lot of it was legit because people in the music industry were massively getting ripped off. You know, TLC sold 75 million albums, and they got like $50,000 each or $100,000 out of that.
Tamara just perked up big time. She's going crazy. When you said TLC, she's
yeah,
she's
and
the
you know,
member of
One of the
TLC.
older shows, yeah.
yeah, and you know, and Vogue, to me, they're the biggest girl group of all time. I don't care what anybody says, but they got ripped off as well. They were paid like $5,000 each for an album that sold like 1 million copies, and then 8 cents per album. You know, so his fight, there was righteousness to his fight, but it also was, you know, he was a little two-faced about it.
You know who was a member of En Vogue at one point?
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
Yeah.
God, I swear to God, for a very, very brief time, they brought her in. Yeah, she sings. You know, she sang the 21 Jump Street theme song, and
right.
Well,
she sang at their Christmas party.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you noticed my what I called myself today. First, there was Vanity 6, and then there was Apollonia 6, and now there's Tendrolonia 6. Move over. There's a new vixen in town.
I like that. That's smooth, rolls off the tongue. It's no Antenna Kumpo, but it's good.
Musically, here's the difference. Prince performed about. The reason I like Purple Rain is not for the reason you think. He performs in it. He does it's almost like a concert film with a story around it. Eminem doesn't even perform in this until the very end, and it's not even. It's just sucks. If he would have even, I thought he was going to do this song, you know, the music, No, he doesn't do anything. He runs around.
Do you guys remember the douchey thing, Howard? This is the most douche chilly thing on the face of the earth. Howard was getting ready to move to Sirius. They were doing all these promos for him, and he tried to get in the mood to be this badass. And he listened to the Eminem song while he was posing to the camera.
Oh yeah,
it's so. I gotta get that for next time.
He's dressed like che Guevara, right?
Yeah. Ralph has him in all red and black, and he's trying to do this, like, you know, he's sort of half dancing, but he's too cool to fully commit to the dance.
And he still looks like a cigar store Indian, right?
The jutting jaw, turn to the right.
Pouting all the time. What's the first?
Rupert Pumpkin goes, Howard's movie Private Parts resulted in more job losses in the pandemic. It's Reicher Entertainment.
Rest in peace, Reicher.
Dr. Dre told him to skip the Stern show. That could be, Rupert, that Dr. Dre was controlling Eminem's press. And he didn't do a lot of press, though, at all, though, to be fair. He's very, very aloof and difficult now.
Like a spoiled brat.
But Robert's right. I dare you. You watch VH1. They show Purple Rain all the time. It's the worst movie ever.
Horrible.
The reason you sit through it is because... No, I couldn't either. But I'm saying the reason that you bought into it was because we'd never seen really Prince perform before.
Yeah, Rupert, you bring up a great point because you have tendrils here. Howard's brand cost AGT a lot of money in ratings. It really, I mean, hence the Sony leaks and hence Simon Cowell taking the show back.
Right.
That is facts. His brand destroyed the show to the point Simon Cowell had to say, well, I have to take my show back and get it back.
Because they bought a brand that is null. There is no brand to Howard Stern. You know,
neutralized and sterilized, and it's called classic bait and switch is what
I have something just occurred to me, and I wonder if there's any validity to this. But do you think that, well, no, I mean, okay, hear me out. Do you think that Howard being behind the mic is one sort of mentality versus Howard being in front of a screen and he just couldn't, like,
it freezes up?
Yeah, you know, he couldn't bring that.
Yeah, well, here's my thoughts on that. I think he is so vanity conscious that, I'm not even bringing Prince's broad into this, but he's so obsessed with the right side, and he's terrified about his hair and his look that you can't really perform or do anything provocative if you're constantly thinking about your looks the whole time while you're on. That would be, but I'm not giving him any excuse. I think he's just neutered. I think he's got nothing. I think he thought that he was going to brand himself into this new, whatever this evolved version is. And I think it's a combination of those things while he was so completely compromised and neutralized on that show.
I also think he doesn't know how to work with a studio audience around him, So whether it's the Fox pilot or AGT or any of his talk show appearances, he overdoes it. You don't like him. I mean, even if you were kind of trapped in sort of thinking the show was good, or thinking Howard was the reason the show was good in the 90s, when he went on Leno or Letterman, it was insufferable, because he's so desperate for the love of the audience that he overperforms, so.
Well, and you know what he could not do in that setting? Look into my eyes.
Yeah.
When he was
that was the rule on the set. The eye contact thing, which he stole from, like you said, probably Prince and certainly Letterman. And he brought all the diva shit onto that set. That was probably as big a problem as boring, as irrelevant, and as neutered. And as he was, the bait and switch thing, I think that he was the diva in him off the show, behind, off stage was the biggest problem.
I just think that on any other show, he's not the top of the heap, so he can't get the compression microphone. He can't get Scott DePace to set the cameras just right. He can't get Tony Coburn. Yeah.
And I think he was totally qualified for it. That's why he never hosted Saturday Night Live.
Right.
He'd have to control all the stuff that they, whether it's all about the hair. It's all about the tendrils, right?
Yes. All about the tendrils, exactly.
He cannot give them autonomy because they will get to that fucking hair system will come out. And you'll see like one of the SNL makeup people go, what is that, netting? What am I doing here? Pull this up. You're playing a scientist. We can't get you out of this rock star garb you insist on wearing. You got to play it. You got to.
You know what? I don't know if you remember from the SNL 50th. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler did a Q&A with the crowd, and they brought up the one of the costume ladies. Who one of their lines was like, this costume lady has seen every celebrity in their underwear and has helped them.
I was thinking the same thing. You saw that
quick
too?
Changes. And he'd have to, be in the most vulnerable states of like half undress, and like things could get crazy with the wig. I
can't believe you caught that too. I saw that too. I was thinking the same shit you were.
Yeah.
About Howard not doing it. Oh God, I can't believe you saw that.
They have to be willing to. That's the flow of SNL. You have to kind of be willing for a wardrobe lady
costumes on the spot, and he has so many vanity issues, things to hide that you can't possibly put yourself in their hands. He's so terrified.
Would have them sign an NDA.
That wouldn't even be good enough, I don't think.
They'd have to be killed after the show. Right.
Cardi's addiction is a shell of himself and won't take responsibility for it. Yes. Because Howard won't allow his grandkids to call him grandpa, yet let alone admit his age. Welcome, King. Melvin says, that's how I sign all my emails. Spitefully, Melvin. There's Zersky. There's a cover of Prince, of a band. There's a Prince cover band named Prince. That's funny.
That's fun.
Prints. That's really funny.
That's good.
Joy Behar is 82.
God damn it.
Melvin says 242 million. Budget was 41 million. That's what Private Parts made. We're talking about 8 Mile. Domestic, it made 116. So
sorry,
I
guys.
went over.
AI lied to me.
I went over.
I'm sorry.
I think you're missing. And the NWA movie was really good. So much going. This is missing in action. Shit happened during that. It's the reason Suge Knight is in prison. The NWA movie is. It won awards. I need to watch that again. There's a lot. You're right. There's a lot going. It hooks you in right away.
Yeah.
You know what's really strange about the rap world, and this is not new, how much gay stuff is supposedly going on. That's so weird.
Well, Tamara, I mean, in the black community, is this a stretch for me to say? And I don't want to. David was going crazy on this before you came on.
Yeah.
Is it tend to be? And I was really Tim Hardaway that made me apprise me of this. There tends to be homophobia in the black community that is pretty rampant. Do you think that still exists at the level that it was with that's how Tim Hardaway got fired from ABC. You remember they brought him into the studio and he go, I don't play that gay shit. I ain't playing that gay shit. And they're like, oh, you're gone.
I think it's a little bit more open than it was before. Like if you called a rapper gay before, my God, they would kill you. You know what I mean? Or threaten you so bad that you would come out and say, no, I was just kidding. I'm sorry. I was just kidding.
Right.
I just think it's a little bit more open now because who do you have now? Like Little Nas X, I think.
Yeah.
Z-Rap. You know, there's more gay rappers out now than it was before. Now, there's still a stigma, but I think it's just a little bit more open now.
Yeah, and that's the same. Most of the homophobia I've experienced in my life has been at the hands of white people. So it's like there's progress everywhere. You know, it's like
Tamara's cheering him on. She goes, yes, Tamara loves when white people
No. Yeah, but I come from a Hispanic family as well, and in the past there, a lot of machismo and all that crap.
Yes,
and things have calmed down in my perception there too.
They credit a lot of MAGA votes for toxic masculinity in the Hispanic community. Misguided toxic masculinity of just not knowing, just voting against your own self-interest and just like for all the wrong reasons and just going, that's how and that seems to be a common thing. I remember it was Anna Navarro on CNN screaming about that.
Yeah.
And John Leguizamo was screaming about that, about their own.
Interesting.
Neurotic Howie and his hairstylist when he was on Seinfeld. Yeah, if you want to see Howard at his vanity neurotic worst, that's Seinfeld. 14 minutes long.
We should cover that. We should do a deep dive on that. Yeah.
He always finds some new stuff. It's amazing. It is. Yeah. I think it's 12 minutes or 14 minutes. He insists on meeting at Tony Coburn's Brownstone, which is around the corner, instead of the Millennium Towers, because he thinks, and it's all about the tendrils. And Seinfeld's like, what? He's the only one.
He's the everyman. He doesn't live in
He's the everyman.
He's an everyman.
There's actually a picture of him, a still picture of him standing up in her hallway, waiting for her to come out with Seinfeld's picking him up. He's the only one that did this. Notorious. I saw that too. The B.I.G. movie. I'd watch that because I live close to that area. That was okay. That was good. That was solid. It was I thought I'd give it a good B+ or a B.
Yeah, those review shows that you guys did on RG, the Move to Serious and the Howard documentary, those shows are fucking the best.
That's where he did the Eminem thing with the Lose Yourself. When he was dancing, he was like posing to it. It is the douchiest thing in the world. Interesting. 8 Mile made more outside the U.S. Did it really, Rupert? So it made 117 internationally and 126 in this. I never would have guessed that. That's really crazy.
Do you guys know what a chav is?
No.
They're like in the UK. They're kind of like the UK equivalent of Wiggers.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. No.
CHAV.
Oh, God. I did.
It's time for a drink. It sounds like you're sleeping.
No, I didn't sleep much. I slept about 1.5 hours because this time fucked me up. And I was preparing all this stuff. And it's a long story. I took naps yesterday, but it was just not the same.
Yeah.
You heard me yawning, huh? I didn't. I usually pull the mic up. I was too lazy to pull the mic up. Seinfeld should have bought a convert barber. That's brilliant.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's brilliant, Barbara.
Love Barbara.
So bad.
Oh my God.
I love that.
Yes.
He shows up in a convertible and Howard flips out and goes back into
a motorcycle.
Howard wouldn't have gotten. He would not have gotten in the car.
Motorcycle with a sidecar for Howard.
Ah, that's so funny. God damn it. He's got the helmet.
He's got a built-in
He
helmet.
gets on and he does like, I don't know, 10 good songs.
He does Purple Rain, Mars Day in the Time, remember?
Yeah, it was like a music.
You guys follow Kevin Smith at all? He has this obsession with Morris Day and the Time. You remember that? You ever watch a Kevin Smith movie? He's constantly crowbarring Morris Day and the Time into it. His movies are so bad. It's like Harvey, like Kevin Smith should be like defending Harvey Weinstein to the death to get that shit on screen that he does.
Yeah.
It's everything wrong with making a movie. Like, how does he get away with that shit? And they keep letting him make. He needs to hear the word no over and over again. God damn it, is he bad?
Did you guys ever see the movie Tusk?
Tusk is the first. So there's a series of those, like Tusk and Yoga Hosers. Johnny Depp has a cameo as Guy Lapointe in Tusk, and then Yoga Hosers, he's in the whole damn movie with his daughter Lily Rose, who's best friends with Harley Quinn Smith.
Yeah, both Lily Rose and Harley Quinn Smith are in Tusk.
Yep. It's not a big role, but it's like a glorified cameo, right? And then
that movie's fucked up.
Yeah, it's bizarre. He gets to make these movies. It's so bizarre.
Musical. This guy, this Eminem, he doesn't even perform a song.
He's busy in the back.
Kevin Smith's a huckster too. Kevin Smith's classic salesman. Like, he knows how to fucking pitch shit. He knows how to throw shit against the wall and get crap made and sell this stuff like it's gonna be the next. His best skill is really just being a huckster, being a fucking con man.
I think he's a more contemptuous Tarantino as a personality. You know, like he has all this knowledge of film. But then he goes and makes like Chasing Amy, you know,
which is actually one of his better movies. Like everything else is just pure garbage. Like it's just you would never. My cousin was like, who writes screenplays. He's like, I can't. He's like, I would never have the balls to walk into a studio with that screenplay and say, yes, this needs to be put to screen. You know, that is a whole other level of hubris and hucksterism that you just can't even quantify. You know what I mean? Like you go, that's just don't believe in yourself. Just like Shirley, Kevin, don't believe in yourself.
But I love Tracy Morgan and Cop Out. Please, what are you talking about?
He beats to death that Bruce. It's the same stories. Oh, Kevin Smith has the same relationship with the Stern Show as Joe Rogan does, by the way. Same like scorn. He left around the same year. Howard shit on him. I definitely am team Kevin Smith in that he really, really was horrible to him. And he has every reason to hate him. And he turned to Opie and Anthony, and there's no looking back, which I haven't even heard him on that in a long time. He doesn't do any of that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Throwing up other people are performing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but you don't want to see don't get this movie.
I didn't.
Thank you, Barbara. Don't get me going on the cameras in courtroom again. I did that at the beginning again. Once a show, a half-hour rant about it.
Not unless you're 15 or 16 years old. That's who it's for.
Hey, wow. I mean, nobody says anything.
Do you think that was Kim Basinger's body at the beginning of the movie when she's banging that guy?
You know what? I don't even remember. I don't remember even. I don't know. I don't think so.
Because it looked pretty good, and I'm not sure that's hers anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
But you're right. At least in Purple Rain, like Prince is an amazing guitar player, so you can see him in concert.
Yeah,
Who wants to watch a rap concert anyway?
It's no beer league, Artie. And in 2 years from now, beer league comes out.
It's no dirty work.
Prince is watching beer league going, God, I wish I could have done the soundtrack for that instead of Gross. Beer League made $500,000 in the States, and I was half the box office in the Island 16.
I wish I was in that movie. I could have worked with Laurie Metcalf.
Based on domestic, so 8 Mile is 23rd, and it was 2002 compared to Private Parts, 53rd. Here's the thing with Private Parts too. Howard had 2 years of this supposed show that has 20 million listeners. I do the math all the time on this, right? He claimed he has 20 million listeners at that point. Let's say that that's even remotely true. Right. So you figure every single one of your listeners is going to have to see the movie. At least your listeners are going to see it. Right. You got to go outside of that. So you figure we got to hook more people and even non-fans. Oh, let me give this a shot. So if all your listeners just saw it once, just once, at the matinee, the cheapest matinee price, that would be $100 million.
Right.
So how on earth does a
that's-
guy with claiming to have 20 million listeners a day, promoting the movie, the entire show for 2 years straight, how do you only make $41 million at the box
Yeah,
office?
that's the tell.
That's right.
Yeah.
You could like, that's facts. That's mathematical certainty that it is utterly embarrassing. And then that's embarrassing to their advertisers, because I would come at him and go, wait a minute. Why am I giving you what for rates?
Right.
You sat here for 2 years promoting your own movie, and it made $41 million. I don't believe your listeners. You have that. I don't believe that you're nearly, and I'd make him prove it. Right. That would kill his advertisers. To me, it would. I would be pushing back on that big time.
I also think the people, like, whether that was his listener numbers or not, again, let's say that it was the numbers. I think the most fervent fans, the ones that would call in to be like, I had to pull over to the side of the road, I'm laughing so hard. Yep. That's a vocal minority that we're hearing from, the Marianne from Brooklyn's, the people who are casually listening. It's sort of like, I think it is sort of like a white noise to get me through the tunnel to work, like.
But you would think the movie would get those people, though, like once, at least once, all of them, just once.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if people were sophisticated enough in '97 to realize, like, Howard Stern the movie. Like, I don't know. I like it as a radio show,
Well, word traveled, and it realized it was a bit of a bait and switch as well. You'd seen all the scenes in all the promotion already. Right. Every single scene had been shown, because he got to hijack MTV for like days on end doing this promotion. It was great, because they're owned by the same company. And Rupert Pumpkin says, yeah, and then don't even forget the E channel. So he's also promoting it on the E show for years on end at night for an hour. That's on top of that.
I've never seen the movie, but when it first came out, I'm sure you were one of the first to go see it. Did you like it?
It was on a matinee. Well, Donnie Brasco was out the same day.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So I saw them back to back like 4 times.
And did you tell your friends, hey, I saw the Howard Stern movie, it was great, or it was horrible, or?
My cousin and I talked to each other on the phone that Friday night, and he's like, I felt like I saw every single scene in the promotions before I saw because I go into the movie and I had seen it already. It was like nothing I couldn't predict. And then certainly what, and then it ended in the mid 80s. So you don't even get to where, you're not going to get to Gary joins the show, and you're not going to even get to Stuttering John or anything. And they just stopped. It just is. It really could have been, in today's day and age, if you had your Netflix, if you had your Amazon, if you had your Hulu, you could have made it into like a 6-part thing and then really done it right.
Arm?
Yes.
This is completely unrelated, but I wanted to say it before I forgot. I agree with you 100% on the silent partner.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'll play those in a montage at some point. When I redo the opening for this, I'll just play him saying I'm a partner like over and over again.
Yeah.
To even doubt that is asinine. You have to be retarded to doubt that. With what he gets away with. How he also, and then the books, Barbara DeRush says, promoting the books, the movie, they would get away with the FCC rants, and that was a way to sell Sirius. He's just constantly selling.
But the story isn't even that interesting, even if he did it factually. It's like people, like, he should have just been doing like some kind of gross out comedy or like something that's more associated with whatever he thought his brand was. This idea of doing
that was Fart Man, right?
Right.
And I think that was all fake. First of all, he doesn't own Fart Man.
He doesn't own
That's
it. Right.
National Lampoon. So he's sub-licensed. He wasn't even doing that. He wants you to think he created that. He didn't create Fart Man. He stole it from National Lampoon. So he doesn't own the rights. He can't do that. And he put up this lie like, I have this director line. I think he spent like 2 years pretending that Fart Man was going to be made.
Right.
And we bought it. It can't be made. He doesn't own it.
Yeah, right. Unless he partnered with National Lampoon, which he would never want to allude that
he's never going to do that. Right. You can't. He's not anything. You can't partner with him. You can't team up. He's the worst person in the world to work with. He's super lazy and wants all the money and credit. Like there's no worse person you could work with.
Yeah. He. It's guaranteed that he ruined his own movie because he had to control it.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. I mean, and then that Reicher Entertainment, he bankrupted one and done.
Yeah.
Reicher Entertainment's the only thing they did was Private Parts.
And it's an uninteresting story, but bottom line, it's just his rise to fame. Even though there's tons of lies in the movie, it's uninteresting whether it was the true version or a lie version.
Lies of its parts.
Right.
Yeah, Barbara DeRush goes, turn on the regular radio. It used to be 25 straight minutes of commercials. Exactly. You can David Spade had that joke because I drove from Arizona to San Diego during a commercial break. Rupert Pumpkin goes, Howard's potty humor. I totally agree with this.
Yeah.
It's not funny at all. You can't take it outside the radio show. It doesn't hold up anywhere but that for the lowest common denominator of his audience.
Anyway. Well, listen, you see, I'm not so out of it that I can't appreciate his music.
But it's studio music.
But show me him. I was waiting for him to perform like Purple Rain.
But he wasn't Eminem.
Yeah, he's Rabbit. Rabbit.
His name is Rabbit?
His name is Rabbit. Oh, you don't even know what a train wreck this movie is. I mean, I don't even know. And I just want to talk to the critics who reviewed it and said it was good.
They must have been 12, too.
Yeah.
Well, Robin, you came back. You said you loved it.
I looked at it for what it was. I'm telling you.
This is a year after it came out. This is like June of 2003. So he's just getting around to watching it now.
What?
Yeah, this is Howard's life at home. Yeah, it came out in 2002, right? Didn't it come out like in the fall or summer of 2002?
I want to give my review for The Exorcist. Like,
now. Hey, you're doing Gilbert Grape.
Yeah, true. I'm no better. Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, Amy Schumer's movie Trainwreck made $243 million as per Pumpkin. Yeah, it did really well. See, that's the difference between, I always go like, I always go off on Sarah Silverman. I go, she's never done anything.
Right.
Success. She's not done anything success. She has no reason to be famous. She has not proven in any way that she could. Her relationship with Kimmel was the best thing to ever happen to her fame-wise. She has not had anything success. She has no right to be famous. She's never done anything to prove. But Amy Schumer, say what you will, hate her, and we all do.
Yeah.
Huge plagiarist. That movie killed it. It made $243 million. It made 5-6 times what Private Parts made.
Yeah, I think Amy Schumer really rode the wave of the end of the kind of cultural, socio-political tenets of the last Obama era. And I think it's a lot of like white feminism and a lot of things that were really popular in the culture at the time that she was able to ride that wave.
You don't think LeBron James acting in that?
That's a good.
But asses
cool people. Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think that she rode sort of a cultural, some of the topical cultural things that were popular in that last Obama term. Yeah. She rode the wave of that, and that was her apex. And then it all fell apart as the new Trump era started, and just people didn't care anymore.
Oh, Rupert. Oh, he said 8 Mile. Yeah, 8 Mile made 243. But Trainwreck did really well. Oh God! So I was misinterpreting what they said. He goes, "Oh, Trainwreck. What are you talking about?" So Pumpkins, he's speaking to Howard. He goes, "Trainwreck. How is 243 million?" He's not going to tell you the fucking what it made.
So Trainwreck grossed a total of 140,795,000 worldwide.
Okay, that's good. That's really good. It's still 5 times what Private Parts made.
Yeah,
4 times. Oh God, that's so funny that I misinterpreted that. But who would think? Why? That's not ridiculous that I missed. Because I thought he was bringing up Amy Schumer as a comparison to what Private Parts should have done. Because I think people did ballpark it at that number.
Right. I mean, it's a good comparison to make because they're both moderately. I mean, Amy Schumer was at the height of her fame between 2013 and 15. So as was Howard from 94 to 97. So it's a good comparison to make,
How great is this? You rub this in Howard's face. He's not even the most successful filmmaker from Rockville Center High School. She's from Rockville Center High School,
Right?
And so is Ted Demme, the director of Blow and Life.
Well,
so he's the third most successful filmmaker from Rockville Center High School.
Well, and isn't he like? Didn't Judd Apatow hear Amy Schumer on Howard, and that's why he thought to make Trainwreck with her?
Yes, sir. That's good catch by you. That's what he says. And now Apatow himself can't get back on the show because he shit on the show.
Right.
He hasn't been on in years.
Yeah.
They talk about him. He has friends of friends and shit. But he himself has not been on the show since he shit on Howard on AGT, I believe, is what it was. So you're going back now, like, I think it's 11 years or something he hasn't been on. I'm pretty sure. Now, these movies, Barbara says, are made for 5 minutes. Then they're on Netflix, and they make all the money there. It's a different Hollywood now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many. An article came out about 3 weeks ago that YouTube has won the streaming wars over like Hulu, Netflix, the network TV movies, and I think that's going to make the future very interesting, where it's like, if you're sick of, Hollywood just churning out sequel after sequel after IP movie, I think that, YouTube is going to make the future very interesting, where people are mostly going there now. And it'll hopefully bring in, a wider diversity of projects that aren't just based on known IPs.
It really does change the game, the YouTube aspect of it. And you're the first one to bring it up, and people aren't bringing it up. There's free movies all over YouTube, and you people should take advantage of.
Yes.
Yeah. And having worked at Sony Pictures, it's crazy the amount of ways that a studio will attempt to monetize on content. It's like, it's endless.
My dream, Tendrils, would be to work at Sony and I get caught stealing their movie on torrents at the office while I'm there.
They're on Pirate Bay while they're on the clock at Sony.
So I get caught stealing Spider-Man 3 while I'm at the office at Sony in torrents.
Well, a little bit to backtrack to the hack, how they supposedly North Korea is responsible, but there's no way that it was not with help from the inside, because they, over like 6 months, they stole such small pieces at a time that it just wasn't noticed. And then they went for, the big bang at the end. There's no way these hackers could get through every password, every firewall, every system.
Yeah.
It had to be.
Everything's an inside job.
It had to be.
Yep.
I think.
It's a publicity stunt for Sony.
Well, I think also it was probably IT, because there were some major layoffs. There were major layoffs. I mean, there were layoffs the whole time I was there. I got hit at the end, but I'm convinced that someone in IT, had
revenge
part in it. Yeah.
Maybe it was the Green Goblin or Dr. Octopus. I mean, they were owned by Sony at the time, right? That's what a villain would do.
Punching in at the studio gates as they would.
Rupert Pumpkin says, yeah, that's a clip, definitely, of him calling 8 Mile a train wreck. That is definitely a good sound drop. Mark's friggin' Judd Apatow. So I was right, Rupert. I was technically right. So it's been 10 years since Apatow has done the Stern Show. Apparently he came on a little bit after his AGT comments. And I remember he was on the wrap-up show, but I remember him talking to someone saying he couldn't get on anymore or something.
Who was the Who was the comedy director who ripped Robin? He was doing a phone interview and he...
Oh, shit. Oh, God. From...
is it the Hangover director?
Todd Phillips.
Todd Phillips. That's right.
Yeah. That's a good catch. Very similar thing, David. Very good connection by you. That was a very similar... Around the same time as well. And
right.
I'm trying to remember, what was Phillips' problem again with Robin?
I think Robin was... I don't know if she was talking too much or too... Like, he basically said... I think Robin was trashing one of his movies or something, and
that could be it.
it could have been a personal thing, but he summarized it saying like, I don't know, the chemistry is just different than it was in the 90s or something. That's
Did
the
you
one
just say
quote
the
I
show
remember.
sucked in a very like highbrow kind of way?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
So it was a pretty big deal. Let's say here. So Province says, Philatist in the Province, as a certain Robin Quiver's laughter makes my ears bleed. You can be sure that hearing Trump's name makes my brain cells die. There's Sarah.
They hate him in France.
Yeah,
Rightfully
I bet.
so.
I bet.
Canada as well.
Tariff-wise. And that's just what Sarah says. Cream. We talked about cream before, Sarah. Who's snacking on Mike? David, is that
Not
you?
me. Nope.
Well, we're on for a long time. I could see someone with carrots and licorice.
I scarfed down a Starbucks bacon and Gouda sandwich during the intro. I had enough time.
Bacon and Gouda.
Yeah.
That better be on the house too. I think Starbucks deserves you. Everything should be on the arm from Starbucks and you. Robin Ripton. Okay, thank you, Rupert. Rupert knows all. Robin Ripton movie, but Phillips said it made over $200 million. So it's a money over
Right. Yeah.
kind of quality thing. And basically not having any knowledge about how successful it was. She just made some, as she often, as a newswoman does, with no knowledge of anything that she could look up at any moment. Shit on the movie and says, no, how does it make 200?
Yeah, she was mad at Todd Phillips because he was originally going to produce The Chat.
The chatter.
Chatter. Sorry. Fucked it up.
What Todd Phillips should have said is it made 5 times more than Private Parts did.
It made 5 private parts. Yeah.
I made 5 private parts.
It's a horrible movie, but of that genre, it's fine.
No, you came back.
Oh God, is Sarah gonna review? There's no way she bought a car during that time. I don't.
That's why I'm
really?
asking.
Oh really? Well, why don't you buy me a car and forget it?
Sarah will be out of the country.
Hey, faggot, why don't you move to Detroit? We'll make a man out of you. Oh, really? Well, why don't you just buy me a car and forget it?
Oh, he thought he had them, Mark. Oh, God.
He got
he's
such
so
a high
satisfied.
five by Boris after that.
Purple Rain is good. It's good.
Robin, you said you actually enjoyed it.
I did, because I have the mind of a 12-year-old.
No, you don't. You're insane. You're very sophisticated, Robin. I've always said that about you. You're a hot 12-year-old.
Now you're a 12-year-old. You're hardly a 12-year-old.
I can get into that mindset. Unfortunately, that's over for you.
Well,
Remember, for 12 months, everyone, Sarah's giving away.
whatever.
Don't you think sometimes critics are afraid that they're not going to seem hip?
That's exactly what happened with this. Was the Emperor's New Clothes.
But kids who go to see that movie don't even.
Yes, you heard Howard say. Howard, of all people, said Emperor's New Clothes.
Honestly.
He said it.
Wow.
This is 03.
Read the critics, Howard. It made its money with its art.
No doubt. But I got to tell you, the worst movie ever made. So I rented that. That was a bummer. And I watched the whole thing because I was yelling.
You were arguing with them.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. He shits on Madonna's Swept Away after that. And that's just a little bit weedy and it's not worth, as you could imagine. And the narrative was, we watched it for the nudity, and there is no nudity. Right. So these grown guys in their 50s and 40s want to jerk off to Madonna in Swept Away. And that was what they're complaining about. There's Dr. Sarah. What an intellect and savoir-faire. Anyone who the whole universe will ever compare. I'm yours now, and you are mine. Together we'll love through all space and time. That's in Cream?
7.
Oh, 7. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sarah knows a lot. See, I kept telling her to come on, and she better do that Gilbert Grape show. Waiting for that call, Gilbert.
They want to. Those 50-year-old men want to jerk off to the gap tooth in Madonna, not her breasts.
It was that was a what's his name? The director that she married.
Jesus. Oh, I can't think of names today.
I know. I'm blanking too.
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie. Yeah. So Guy Ritchie directed that, and that was the big allure of that movie at the time. Thank you, Tamara. So this is Howard shitting on Prince. Back to 2000, Serious Show just started, and randomly he just goes, "Oh God, Prince sucks. He hit the wall. He really hit the wall." I'm not sure if he might have been the musical guest. I think maybe. I'm not sure. Let's see what it is.
That's what's happening.
Hey, speaking of hitting the wall.
Oh, he ended the news, and then he He had ended the news, and he has to go back because it's so important that Prince released a new song, and it sucked so bad.
Right.
He hit the wall, and this is 06. He just ended the news. Anything else, Robin?
Yeah.
We get to hear that.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Hey, speaking of hitting the wall, real quick, this is my last thought for the day.
Right.
Gary was playing me the new Prince single.
Oh, yeah?
I think he's officially hit the wall.
Ooh, what's it bad?
Hey,
You
Gary.
wanna play it for us?
I'll play a little. Gary, what page is that on?
That Photoshop is by Sarah, by the way.
So
Howard and
good.
Prince melds together.
You know, whenever you put Howard's face on anybody else, he always looks good.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Why didn't Ralph think of that?
Yeah.
Hey,
You
Gary.
wanna play it for us?
I'll play a little. Gary, what page is that on?
Hold on, I'm looking.
Well, while he's looking, I'll just thank Sheila Kelly, who claims she is a super fan of ours. She has a workout tape.
Bottom right-hand corner of your page.
sfactor.com. And you can do pole dancing to lose weight. So I just want to mention that. Also, I want to thank JD and Kissy Fur for his appearance here today.
And the three girls who came.
Well, so Rupert Pumpkin says, actually, Robin ripped Due Date in 2010, which actually starred Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis, who is in the Hangover.
Mhm.
And it made $212 million. Did it make that much?
God.
Wow. I barely
I don't
remember
know.
it.
Honestly.
That's a lot of money for that's tons. Again, that's 5.5 private parts.
Yeah.
Came in
It's
with
all,
him, were?
Oh, those three girls were very nice. I took the Sybian, and that was nightflirt.com. And I want to over again. It'll be great.
Get them on the Sybian.
You tell me, it sounds like Prince is still, and this is sad to me because I'm a huge Prince fan, but it sounds like he's trapped back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's moved forward.
Do you guys know this song? I'm going to skip through it so we won't get a copyright.
Yeah, Hot Sweat.
Okay.
That was from 3121 album.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Sounds like Howard. Look at you. Look at you.
The fact of the matter is. Well, you know, Howard has a little bit of a point, but the appeal of that song at that time is Prince used the Lin 1 drum machine in his, most of his 80s output.
Oh, he did use the Lin 1. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was huge. Part of his musical repertoire, if you will. And he didn't use the Lin for quite some time. So he's, it is kind of a flashback and a bit of an echo to the past, but it's not a bad song.
I haven't heard it in its entirety. I didn't even know it existed. This is 06.
Oh, but you know what? You have to also, have to watch the video. It's called Working Up a Cold Sweat. Because in the video, it's so bizarre. Like Prince has this chick that's dancing around him that's clearly at least a foot taller than he is. And she's like hunching down and trying to make herself seem small. It's weird.
They did a video for it in 06. I didn't think they made videos. I mean, by then, the whole video industry was like kind of dead.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised they even bothered.
Okay. I'm going to send you a link and you can just play a little bit of the video just to get a sense, but put it on mute. We already kind of know what it sounds like, and you'll see what I'm saying about this chick that he's dancing with. It's so weird.
Welcome, Pella. Okay. I mean, you didn't send it. I don't see it yet.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the last link.
Okay, I'm gonna go here. Video file. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm always share screen. Black Sweat, right?
Yeah, I would skip till about 40 seconds, and you'll start seeing, him and her dancing.
40 seconds right here. Okay, have it kind of muted. I didn't know this existed. So here she is. You got the black and white. David's happy about that. It's black and white. And
yeah, maybe I had you do it too soon, but okay.
Well, she is tall.
Yeah. Okay, but wait till you see her, like, if you are in the right place.
Here?
Of her, like, no. I'm sorry. I
here we go. I got it.
Right there.
Right about.
Okay, look at how she's like hunched down.
She's bending down, right? So if she stood up.
Yeah, she'd be at least a foot taller.
I bet you she's only 5'10" or something. What is he, 5'5"?
5'2".
5'2".
And probably
5'2"?
5'5" with heels,
5'2".
5'6" with heels, yeah.
Christ's sake, he's like Puck from Alpha Flight, for Christ's sake. My goodness. And she's probably told to bend down like that. She could be.
Oh, that was demanded.
5'2".
Okay, see right here, she's dancing behind him, like way.
Smallest player in the history of the NBA is Tyrone Muggsy Bogues, and he's 5'3". And Prince plays. That's pretty crazy. 5'3", and we have like Earl Boykins at 5'5", and Spud Webb at 5'7".
Yeah, she looks like she's gonna eat him alive.
Damn. What an odd career, like that. Him, sort of post '90s and stuff. What an odd. It's really amazing. No one's ever gonna come close to being able to get away with what he gets away with in that way.
I'm gonna think about this. But this is a clue.
You see yourself listening to this?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Working up a black sweat.
Oh, that's too funny.
Let me.
Well, that's one of the strangest endings to the show I ever heard. He ends the news and then insists on, instead of carrying it over to the next day, I must play this now. Right. And I'm going to add my own thing. And it because it's Howard, it's never smooth. It takes him a half hour to find the song, and he crowbars it at the end of the show to tell you, oh, God, hasn't Prince lost it? What a just bizarre way to end the show.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like, Prince at that time doesn't have to, like, do promos for one of his fans, like, pole dancing classes, so.
Oh, God.
Howard does.
Pumpkin says, due dates box office 47% domestically, and then 53% internationally on Box Office Mojo.
You know why? Because those comedies always do well overseas because they're largely physical. Like Adam Sandler does amazingly internationally because it's largely physical. It's so much mugging, and the language barrier isn't as much of a problem. It doesn't deter from people enjoying the movie.
We know Howard's obsession with bat dance, right? In the most vapid way, basic bitch way possible. But here's Sour Shoes singing bat dance, which is, I think, most people will enjoy here. We get a taste of Sour Shoes right around.
Batman.
I want to say this is like 07 or something. So here's Sour Shoes doing bat dance.
Prince, go ahead. And you leave it in there for a long time. Prince is on the phone, wants to do the bat dance for us.
Right.
Prince, go ahead. Prince? There he goes. Wow. Hasn't lost a thing. Hold on, I'll forward your call to Steve Langford.
You can say that Prince paid an homage to Mr. Hefty with that song.
Sure.
There's good news for Hofstra University students for the...
That's for you Long Island files. We have a Hofstra reference. Gary Delabate's own Uniondale, Long Island. Prince has 6-inch stripper heels on, says Barbara DeRush in that. Yeah, I go with 6 is good. Hey, Arm, do you have a leather jacket? Hey now, and rhinestones on the back. Confirm, deny. I do not. It is on Macari right now. You could bid on it, Melvin, with my chicken cutlets in the same auction.
Your bagels.
This is the next thing we do. So Steve Martin hosts Saturday Night Live, and Prince is the musical guest, and Howard shits on Prince. And here we go.
From because I've got a million things in front of me. And by the way, I did see Steve Martin on Saturday Night Live. I thought he was really good. I thought the bit with him having an affair with Kelly Ripa was really funny, and that
Alec Baldwin cameo you see on the left.
Yeah.
Now that's Bruce Wayne.
Look at that head of hair.
Look at that hair. That's not even David's hair. Is
he took Viagra to be with her, and then he had to run to be the host of Saturday Night Live. Was an A+.
Shit, I missed that.
Yeah, it was good.
I have it on TiVo. I'm going to go look at that.
Prince was the musical guest, and I don't know when he started sucking, but boy, the new music is not
He's
good.
been sucking for a while.
See, I thought those two songs were way better than the song you played on the air the other day.
Well, the second song he did was okay. But, boy, I'm a big Prince fan, but man, oh, man, has it gone downhill. And what was funny is there's a guy on Saturday Night Live who does a Prince impression. That guy's brilliant.
That's Fred Armisen. You saw him in the beginning. Do either of you, do anybody here on the panel believe that Howard actually listened to his entire album from end to end?
No.
He played
I think it's
that
Ralph's
song.
opinion.
Yep. And you kid, David? I think you're spot on with that. It is Ralph's opinion.
And, Howard is delusional because Prince's rendition of Fury, which is what he played on this show, is, what do they say? The chef's kiss?
Yeah.
I mean, no, that performance is outstanding, top to bottom. Howard doesn't know what the fuck he's saying.
Of course not. Of course not. He's a poser, basic bitch. Don't ever take any opinion he has to give on anything regarding pop culture, politics, sports, music, nothing. It is all just goldfish brain, as good as your last conversation. He's the worst. Don't ever, how anybody would take, like even an artist, why would you ever get upset that anybody would take his opinion seriously on any of this shit?
Yeah.
But they don't know any better. Party Man. Sarah loves fucking Party Man with Jack Nicholson and the 89 Batman.
And he's better than Prince now.
He's better than Prince. He's funny.
What did Prince start? I mean,
that's true, Sarah. Both bang Kim Basinger, right? Did they high five each other here? Very true, Sarah. That's
Are they
amazing.
doing an Eiffel Tower over Kim Basinger's body?
And Steve Martin hit that as well.
I know he's always dressed odd, but he's wearing the thing that Lucy used to wear when she cleaned the house.
That little babushka
Yeah.
kind of thing?
He's very feminine.
But he likes girls.
As is he.
Howard's. What, Tamara?
I said he said Prince is very feminine. I'm like, so are you.
Yeah.
This is Projection 101, and all he and Ralph look at Prince and they say, again, I think he's largely influencing how Howard looks and everything that he does. I think Tendrils nailed that last week. The hallway, the eye contact shit, not just Letterman. I think it also comes from Prince.
Yeah.
And I think Howard and Ralph looked at this outfit and said, we're going to mimic this in the Hamptons. Some of the shit he's worn in the Hamptons is way worse than this.
Yeah, I mean, as Howard is saying this, is he wearing his Freddie Mercury wife beater in studio?
Yeah, you know
and
what?
That's horrible tattoo he has on his left shoulder, which is way worse than Prince's insignia.
No, I mean, but there's just literally such a horrible jealousy too, because Prince is a completely femme, like I said, Maybelline and high heels and all that, which I absolutely have always loved. But he's jealous because Prince is able to fully express himself. It's like all the freaking homophobes that are so hateful of like gays and trans. You hate them because they live their life freely and you can't.
Yeah,
Barbara's right. This is like a Miami Dolphins motif Prince has on. But also, too, this is Howard, right? The guy who looks for any opportunity to dress in drag at all times, every time. And he has the audacity to say that. Any opportunity to dress in drag.
But when he
for
does
no
it,
reason
it's
at all.
comedy.
Nothing to do with it. No one thinks it's funny. No one thinks it. There's nothing about it that works for him.
Yeah.
That's his proclivities.
Oh, yeah. What's the name of the guy on Saturday Night Live who plays Prince?
Oh, I don't know.
Fred Armisen.
No one knows?
No.
By the way, coffin of Coretta Scott King, and I really should go down there and just throw myself in the box with her.
Look at Howard Stern. He was so broken up, he jumped into the box of Coretta Scott King.
Fred Armisen is the name of the guy on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, Fred Armisen, yeah.
Armisen. I watched Oprah yesterday for about 10 minutes. Eva Longoria, who is the most overexposed desperate housewife.
Look at Howard's life. Could you imagine catching your dad in his 50s, sitting in the living room watching Eva Longoria on Oprah? This is your dad doing it. You're Ashley Stern, and you walk in, your dad's watching Oprah and Eva Longoria.
Damn it.
So that's him shitting on Prince. The very next, right in the same time frame, right, we have all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Howard claims Prince sends Howard music personally as a fan and is sending Howard his own music to sample for Prince is about to do the Super Bowl show in Miami, I believe it was. And so Howard claims he's getting a sneak preview of that music from Prince personally because he's such a big fan. This is right after this. This is the same guy you just heard.
Sure. Speaking of musicians, just so you know, Prince apparently sent me 2 songs. Me, Howard Stern, our show,
Really?
2 songs. They've never been released to my knowledge.
Hey.
And he wanted me to play them this morning.
Why isn't he on the phone talking to us?
Exactly. And it's weird, too. It's like Prince supposedly, I guess, knows of me and wants me to play these songs. And then we were kind of trying to find out.
Is this for real?
Yeah, like, is this a real deal? And, yeah, it's for real. And then they said, then...
Why now?
Thank you, Pellel. Pellel gifted 5 Deppening membership. Thank you, Pellel. Thank you, Jose Villataro. Thank you. It is a fun show. I agree. It's an interesting time we're doing it now. 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I don't know how regular. This is just kind of an aberration. And I thought Bon Jovial might be more like if he's like up all night, like a David Lee Roth kind of thing. I was trying to go for that, and then I stuck with it, and he'll be on the next one. I guarantee it.
Hey, Arm?
Yeah.
There is absolutely no way on planet Earth that Prince sent music to Howard, and no way Prince would rely on Howard for publicity. No.
Well, it's probably Zoss
way.
Rapin. It's probably Zoss Rapin and the music company, right? And their way of kissing Howard's ass is they're telling him that it's really Prince.
There's no way. And I wanted to bring up a failed project that Prince had that would have been absolutely amazing had it come to fruition. So this is around the late 90s. Howard still, Prince is still, in his beef about his contract, his music, all that, blah, blah, blah. And he was going to release samples of his music, like, voice clips or like a guitar lick or whatever.
Oh, wow.
Different samples of his music. And it was supposed to be, anybody could purchase the rights to it for $700 for like the whole catalog of samples. And that never came about. But it would have been absolutely amazing if that happened, because George Clinton did something similar with a series called Sample Some of Disc and Sample Some of Dat. And those CDs were all nothing but samples. Just
wow, I had no idea about that.
Just a little tidbit.
Yeah, he keeps throwing these curveballs at you with shit like that. I wonder who, does he have a team of people? This is just all from him. That he's exporting these ideas, because I don't think anybody tells him what to do. I mean, does he take advice from anybody? Does anybody have his ear like Ralph
Prince?
does Howard? Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. I mean, he might have, but who that would have been besides, maybe some of his
Jerome?
No, not Jerome, but like some of the people that he played music with.
Yes.
But I can't see him having someone in his life that is going to give him any kind of direction on what to do, because he's not a good listener.
No, he isn't a good. You're right.
He's not a good listener. He doesn't play well with that stuff.
Again, imagine that. Again, what he can get away with in life that nobody else could. Imagine saying to people like in a job interview or any other way, I'm not a very good listener. I really don't. Listening is not one of my biggest skills. So you get what you want with me, but I don't listen to you, and I really don't care. Could you imagine saying on a date to anybody, but Prince could get away with that?
Or even just as like a musician, where listening is the prime sense of your five senses that you're working with.
Yes, right. Right. What else do you do with listen?
I mean,
shouldn't that be enhanced?
To Prince's credit, at the height of his career, with all of the amazing music that he was making, nobody produced him. He produced himself.
Mm-hmm. Well, like that bookworm that I saw at the bar that day in Park Slope, and he went, "I'm a reader. I'm not a music listener."
Why not when you were putting out Purple Rain?
Yeah. You wanted Howard to have these. I just want to see the guy live.
That's what you're right? To convince him, he wanted Howard to have these, right? Like a publicist would write that out. Like Ross Zapin would write that.
You wanted Howard to have these. I just want to see the guy live. But anyway, he wanted Howard to have these. And then, Gary, what was the kicker? What do they want us to do? Gary had some story about this that was kind of weird.
They want us.
What's the whole angle on this?
He wants you to have it. He wants you to play it. Then they want us to speculate on whether Prince would. Do we think he might play them at the Super Bowl this Sunday?
Oh, please.
So they're giving him this weird. So the music company and the producer are telling him, they're giving them a directive of what they can do with it. Like Howard will be so starstruck that we'll be able to tell them how and they can play it and what to do with it to promote Prince on the Super Bowl show. It's so weird.
There's no way that's true. Did we find out?
He wants you to play it. Then they want us to speculate on whether Prince would. Do we think he might play them at the Super Bowl this Sunday?
Oh, please.
Oh, that's interesting. Hey, there you go. There's a bit. We could play it. And then,
we care.
I don't know. These sounded like live versions of All Along the Watchtower mixed in with the Foo Fighters song.
Yeah, it didn't sound live to me.
It sounds live to me.
He does the Best of You at the Super Bowl, the Foo Fighters song, which I really like. And I have a clip of Dave Grohl on Howard saying that Prince did it better than they did. That he's like we might as well just give him the song because he did it better than we did. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Do we actually find out what songs that were sent to him?
I'm trying to get.
Hey, this doesn't sound live. No. Really? Where is that clip? I don't know what he did with it. You know what page it's on?
I got to look. I'm sorry.
All right, you go look, and then Lisa G can do the headlines meanwhile. Lisa, why don't you come in and do the headlines and what you're working on Howard 100 News. Here's Lisa G, everybody.
And you think Prince didn't send this to anybody else? He just sent this to you?
They're claiming, yeah.
What a different show, right? You had Lisa G coming in with this. You heard Steve Langford. This is interesting. Just like doing this show, like, and I'm going through. What a time warp! We started in '89, right? We're at 2000 and 96, and here we are in like 2007. And you just get to hear how everything used to be.
Just hearing that Howard Stern News jingle too. It's just like, God.
It was slightly ambitious what they were doing.
Right.
I don't think anything. I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Did you know Bubba the Love Sponge is on NBC at 9 Eastern?
All right,
all that and more.
Thank you.
All right, Howard, go to Gary Preview Page 2. I believe it's the upper right-hand corner in green. Gary took a beating on that news.
Yeah. Gary Preview
The all
Page
Gary news
2. Wow, Gary checking in. It's usually Artie getting bashed. Well, let's see. What is it?
The Prince song.
Oh, the Prince thing. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of bored listening to this. Anybody want to hear it? Yeah. All Along the Watchtower /
Best of You.
Best of You from
the Foo
Fighters. And I thought this was live, but Gary says
now
no.
We're supposed to speculate after if he'll play this on the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we need to know. I really don't care. I'm going to be watching the Stupid Bowl on Howard TV.
Who show is?
Gotta watch this.
I don't know. Who? Prince? Prince what?
Skip around. Now you know that's Foo Fighters song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yep. He really killed it. I saw that. I really got the chills watching it, and that doesn't happen that often. You guys remember it's raining. It was just an amazing.
Yeah.
It's to most people they consider it the best Super Bowl halftime performance of all time. Too bad the Vikings weren't playing. That would have been great.
I
Purple
agree.
Rain. Right, David? How about a Vikings Browns Super Bowl next year? Two of the best football markets who deserve success.
Whatever you say.
Browns Vikings. They're getting a dome soon, Cleveland. The next stadium they have. About fucking time. And I bet it all changes when you guys get a dome finally. All those quarterbacks get right? You guys agree with me? It's a huge sports fan panel here.
Well, no,
I am.
We should have a sports show talk with everybody here. And we'll just throw topics at it.
You know what? I am sports illiterate. I don't know shit about anything.
That'll be the best
I am
part.
completely divorced from sports 100% my entire life.
I'm the only Steelers fan because Arm already detached himself from our team. So.
If Aaron Rodgers becomes a reality, I am officially a San Diego Chargers fan. And I'm never looking back. I'm not going back when they get rid of him. If he plays one snap in the preseason, I am done. I hate that guy with all my heart and soul. I hate him more than Olivia Munn hates him.
Damn.
Oh my God.
I'm done. And I just give me an excuse to be, the Chargers coach, Jim Harbaugh, he coached Casey Armstrong in college. In Western Kentucky. His dad, Jack Harbaugh, was the head coach. Jim was like the backfield coach, and he coached for like almost a decade. And then he was Casey's coach for 4 years. Isn't that crazy?
That's really
Can't wait to have him on and talk about that. I mean, you guys, there's no bigger sports fans than you guys. So you're all going to be in the fantasy football league. I know that for a fact. Tendrils, I know
I'll do that.
You want the first pick. Tamara, would you do that? You can't take all Steelers.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Tendrils and I will queer out in a corner while you talk about 40-yard lines.
Yes. Yes.
Let's skip around. I own all of Nirvana's library. I own the Foo Fighters library, and I own all of Prince's music at the same time.
I think that.
Gee, I wonder if he'll play this at the
Here's
Super
what I
Bowl.
think.
I don't care if he plays this.
I think they got a hold of Prince and they said, "Listen, truck out those fucking hits from 1988, or don't perform."
They did.
Well, those are real hardcore music fans, right?
Gary thinks he knows everything too.
He's such. By the way, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame votes this motherfucker gets.
I know.
Yeah.
Talking like that. Yeah, to quote David, to quote Sarah, Gary and John Hine deserve a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame vote, like Elvis deserved his black belt.
Yeah.
Right?
What a
like Billy Ray
travesty.
Cyrus deserves Elizabeth Hurley.
I deserve to vote in the Rock and Roll Hall of
You
Fame
do.
more than Gary does.
It's Cleveland,
Just
for
based on
Christ's
training
sake.
and where I'm
In
from.
Cleveland.
Right.
Gary is the worst. They're such fucking flip-flopping, capricious posers. All of them, they suck so bad. I hate every one of them more and
I
more
know.
with every listen.
You call
And then,
Gary,
you know how much you would kiss their ass if Prince were on the show the next day? You have any idea?
Exactly.
they would flip. Yeah, yeah.
JMD says something really interesting. Yeah, this is a lot of people. This JMD writes, I guess Prince is okay. I never really looked at it too deeply. That was kind of me, JMD, a little bit. But I always found his guitar playing kind of corny on disco. Yet now I stayed away, and you look at him, and it's amazing, JMD. He is, and this happened posthumously that I realized these musicians are so smitten with him. He is so ridiculously respected. And I said this about Springsteen. Prince's guitar is actually like super underrated. People don't realize a lot of times how good a musician he is. Not just that he plays a lot of instruments, but just simply as a guitarist. They were like the best guitarists, and that's very arbitrary, I know, but
No. You are 100% correct. I would put him up against any guitarist any day and make a fucking giant bet because he is one of the best guitarists that there has ever been.
That's my friend Brendan texted me that who we read in the beginning, like Blake Griffin, and his comments. He wrote that to me the other day, and he sent me like a video of Tom Petty and Prince where I guess
Like
Prince
the Rock and Roll Hall of
blows
Fame.
him off. Yeah. I think I have
Yeah,
it right here. Let me see if I can get it. And Brendan insisted that I play this. He said like everybody looked like amateurs compared to him during this. Everybody, he said. Is this it? You guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Coming up in no wait, I'm sorry. Is it Prince at the musical? Is that it? 895.
That's the one Central sent you.
That's the one I sent you.
I'm sorry. I'm on so many fucking tabs. More tabs than a 1977 soda machine. Here we go. Prince, 2020. No, well, he was dead by then. 2004. Why My Guitar Gently Weeps?
Yes.
That makes sense? Okay. Okay, let me get rid of this. Well, it's such a dinosaur rock favorite, right? What? So that's an Eric Clapton song, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. You gonna see this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
That's incredible. Even if you're not a fan of guitar work or anything like that, that just gives you the chill. You just stops you in your tracks.
He looked great.
They're all looking
and
at him
he
like
looked great in that red hat, in that red suit.
Yeah, it's so smooth. He really does. It actually looks cool there. I agree.
It's also not his like signature genre of music too. It's that dinosaur rock thing he was just improvising over. It's not the sort of Quincy Jones funk disco fusion that he's used to, you know.
I was just going to ask these broads that. Is that the most white people he's ever been on stage with? or
Totally.
I was just going to ask that, David. That's crazy you said that. That's all I could think about. Is, oh, look at all these white guys. And I couldn't.
Yeah.
Seriously, guys, is that the most white people he's ever been around?
That is the most Led Zeppelin he has ever been. Yeah.
Sausage fest. Some white guys. Oh, I don't give a rat's ass about soccer. It has nothing to do with the show. What does soccer come up? No, we were talking about the NFL. We were talking about the NFL.
It's the playoffs in Europe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
JMD said, "Hey, that's the Browns. They're just a dome away from winning." I agree. I'm telling you, JMD. I'm telling you, the Browns. The problem is that they play in that shitty Lake Erie weather, and it destroys the confidence of all those young quarterbacks. I'm telling you. Yeah, they might be better. I'm rooting for if they get Aaron Rodgers, PC23. I'm rooting for Cleveland.
You were never a fan, Arm. You were.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
What does the name Walter Abercrombie do for you, Tamara? Who's Walter Abercrombie? What number did he wear, and what year did he play?
I have no clue who that is.
He was a Steelers halfback after Franco Harris. He wears number 34. He played in the same backfield as Frank Pollard with Mark. So that's how far. And I'm not comparing anything, but I'm telling you, you lose me as a fan, you've lost it. Period. I am not. I'm just telling you. Do I have to evoke Barry
Netflix.
Foster? Do I have to name Barry Foster and Bam? I mean, what do I have to do?
Watch his documentary. Watch Aaron Rodgers' documentary. Maybe you'll like him more.
No, it'll make me hate him more. Are you kidding me? That's it makes you. Did you watch the documentary?
I did on the plane. I did.
And you hated him more.
I wasn't impressed, but
No.
yeah.
You think Seinfeld is black people? Aaron Rodgers is black people, and he's green kryptonite and yellow, as a matter of fact, which is the Packers colors. So the next thing, we're kind of coming to the end of the show here. We're going to save this is the last thing we'll do if something short, because I'm going to save for Bon Jovial. I want to save the Lights Out concert for the photographer. What's her name again? His personal photographer. 13. She has that very pretentious name, of course.
Sheila Kelly? Or, no.
No. Randy St. Nicholas.
That's it.
It's like you get the name Randy St. Nicholas and then become a photographer, and they say, "Oh, okay, that sounds pretty impressive.
Yeah.
We don't care. We don't need to see your work. That name, we're convinced."
Nominative determinism, as I've said on our show before.
Nominative determinism. Look at you, David.
Yeah, the name almost sounds like a Prince protege.
It does. It really does.
Nice.
Lights Out, Prince of Concert. We're at halftime. Okay, so this is that's pretty lengthy. Let's just do Dave Grohl's opinion on Prince before we do the Super Bowl stuff with David. That's pretty extensive with Bon Jovial, because that's pretty extensive. And we want to save his will and Paisley Park for the next time. Yes. After the eulogy, because Bon Jovial has to play with the eulogy got blocked, and so we have to play with it and tinker with it to get it on here. It's from 9 years ago, and for some reason it was really precious, and I tested it on my other channel and they blocked it.
How do you copyright someone's death?
I know, right?
Arm?
Yes.
On the on that concert the Prince played in the dark. I can on certain level I can understand Howard, being upset because he can't visually see Prince, but he doesn't even understand how amazing that scenario is. Like that's like a one in a lifetime type thing. He's just not smart enough to realize what an amazing thing that really was.
I got a better one for you guys. And I agree with that, by the way. This is in line with what we just heard. So Howard shits on Prince, again, new music, and then hates the internet. Prince hates the internet. This is
and then of course
this is again in the news.
Prince had the new song.
Notice nobody cares.
Album.
Isn't it great? Nobody cares about Prince's new music. I love it.
When people cared, you couldn't look at him. He wouldn't speak.
Now he's talking up a storm.
Kept changing his name. You didn't. And
what a stupid Schadenfreudian bitch witch he is with that voice. Isn't it great?
It's so fun.
And no one knew how to pronounce his name.
For all I know, Prince could have changed his name today. Nobody cares. It's so great because he is so arrogant. I love Prince, don't get me wrong, but it's great that he's putting out like thousands of songs and nobody cares.
Well, he...
What's going on here, guys? This is 2010. Is he releasing like a deluge flood of music or something that he kept hidden? What's going on here? What he's listening? Do you remember this time? This is 15 years ago.
Yeah, no. That was another. That was from the album 2010.
Yeah,
that's the year. Time. Yeah, that's the time period. So that album is 2010. That, like I said, there were certain periods where he was doing kind of weird stuff. To me, that album is weird. I mean, there's some stuff on it that I really do like, but overall, as a Prince album, I don't know, very strange.
Yeah, I mean, Prince was so creative. I heard he used to write new songs, 2 or 3 songs every day. He may not have released it.
That's what they're implying here, Tamara.
Whatever mood he was in, he would just go into the studio, do some hits, and then just put it in the vault. Maybe he just put it, put different eclectic music together and then put out an album, and people aren't going to understand. But I think he has so much in him that he wanted to put it on wax and, put it out whenever he was ready to.
See, that album to me is like Prince just playing around, not Prince being serious.
Do you guys think he feels mortality hitting him, that has he been warned by possibly a physician that your days are numbered, even though he doesn't die for another 6 years? That he wants to, life is, he's feeling the lean of, father time.
I feel like he's like you. You have so much. Look at how many different things that you've come out with in Lotus Notes. There's so many things that you have in you that you have to get it out.
I'm like the Prince of Lotus Notes. Thank you, Tamara.
There you go.
Yes, I agree.
Jeff Schick wishes.
I agree. But you know what, Arm? I hear what you're saying about him possibly contemplating his mortality or whatever. You're talking about Prince, right?
Yes.
But you have to think about it. He's been sort of in the pattern of the way that he does things for so long. Probably not. Unless there was something serious that a doctor diagnosed that we don't know about.
I mean, I would have thought he would have thought of himself as a demigod that was immortal, that was going to live forever. That would be his. If you asked me in 1999, how old, how long will Prince live? I would say he'll live to he's 105 years old. He's 5 foot. He's not going to get hypertension, right? Like you people tend to get, right? That Kevin Duckworth gets, and all the black basketball players that are like over 6'7" seem to get. They've conquered it now too, because you remember that there was a time when like Roy Tarpley, Armin Gilliam, Jerome Kersey, over and over again, Moses Malone, Daryl Dawkins, everybody died in this 2-year period, and everybody was a black guy between 6'7" and 6'11" and slightly overweight. And it was hypertension, and they never admitted it. They would never cop to it.
Tamara brought it up in the last show, but that plane flight that had to turn around, that was the final.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
that was the writing on the wall.
Chubby Pickle is the pilot, too, by the way, and then he drove him back into Chicago. Prince, yes, Pella. We brought up Prince and Dave Navarro is who Depp wishes he could be. It was Autobot who brought up Dave Navarro before, and I think that's what you just saw with Prince is what Depp would have you believe he should be with the Hollywood. But it's just you could see what the difference is. those guys were agape at his skills. They were just like, even Tom Petty, who's like super fucking, nothing rattles that guy. He's so unplugged. He's like, oh, I had no idea Prince could play like that. It's like looking at him like he stopped. I think he stopped his lyric when Prince got into that riff. Like, holy shit, I can't interrupt this.
Yeah.
That was insane. And Brendan thank you for that clip, Brendan. I wouldn't have thought to play it on my own.
Hates the internet apparently, but his new a single, I guess, from the album 20.
Yes, Pelle. It was a Rodney Harrison tribute. You're right.
And has leaked out on the internet anyway. Here's a little bit of it. 1-4.
You need to lay down and let me show you how.
Isn't it? Because he was so relevant. Now he's irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the exact quote, but his exact quote is much funnier. Basically, he said, they're giving it away free in London newspaper.
Listen to how giddy they are with the pylon, Schadenfreude. Again, they would kiss his ass so bad. Gary has to do this thing where he has to agree with Howard. And if he gets more revved up than Howard is, Howard will somehow give him his points. That he did this with Springsteen. Remember that clip I found, him shitting on Springsteen?
Yeah.
Gary, who sees him 40 times a year, he blew off his own dad's second wake viewing to go with Ross Zapin to fucking see Springsteen in Toronto. And there's such posers. There's such fucking backstabbing posers. I can't stand it. I hate them all.
Yeah,
JMD says, check out the compilation Purple Snow, forecasting the Minneapolis Sound. Minnesota had a lot better underappreciated disco funk. Yeah, it's ground zero for that. There's so many people out of that scene. And Paul Westerberg's out of Minnesota, as a matter of fact.
He said the internet's over.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he said. He said the internet's over. That,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hang up in funky town. From the heart of Minnesota, here come the purple Yoda.
The internet's the purple Yoda.
Yep.
The internet's over, and podcasts are irrelevant.
Yeah. Howard loves to hear that.
This was the best performance I've ever seen. Prince is the best guitarist since Hendrix, King says. That's again, I knew he played guitar, but again, I will cop to the fact that I had no idea how much reverence the other top musicians had. I mean, he looks like he's in a class by himself compared to people who are considered great guitarists. They're just going, I can't do that. Prince pulls off the coolest move at the very end of his performance, says Johnny Rando, who we know as Johnny Bye Bye. Thank you, sir, for the Bill Maher book. I used that clip in the beginning of this. I don't know if you caught that. He throws his guitar to someone and then struts off. I guess we didn't get to that. He just throws it to the crowd. He just like a trident. Prince got his Snoop Dogg follower. Here we go.
How did he go from being so good to so bad? You know what it is? He's kind of stuck.
Give him a break. Maybe this is going to turn into something.
No, it won't. I think you'd rather hear me sing Thank You by Led Zeppelin.
You're right. He hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's great.
I know.
It's really awesome if we're 85.
Yeah, I love that. Back.
He hasn't evolved like Howard has. So this
brilliant
show,
the same thing.
this dumpster fire of a show he has now. That's what you're supposed to do. Do the worst radio show possible. Destroy your entire legacy. You know, Prince gets more being dead for 9 years. He has a more interesting radio show than Howard does now.
Yeah.
Pelle, that's a great line. Who's playing What's Eating Gilbert Grape's guitar on stage? That's so funny, right? That's what if that were a guitar, that's what Gilbert Grape would play. That's excellent, pal.
Batman soundtrack.
Right back.
And Purple Rain soundtrack.
Yeah. Those are two great.
But I think you ought to stick to the oldies. No more.
Sarah says, and they talk about his estate. I have a clip of that later. I guess we'll end it here. His family fought over his estates and gone. While she says that, I'll play it now. It's so quick. This will be the last thing. That's a fucking shame. Gritty bastards. Prince wasn't rated on a Rolling Stone poll. And, okay. So Johnny Randall says during that time, and that was 2012, I think it was. So they left him off a Rolling Stone Best Guitarist poll. You know, they have those stupid lists. It's arbitrary lists. And so that was his response to Rolling Stone. Said, oh, really? I'm not one of them? And so it was, kind of, it's like putting a chip on a basketball player's shoulder. Like you play better when you're angry. I guess guitar works in that way too. And that's him sticking it to Rolling Stone. Yes. Abercrombie and Fitch was the Steelers' backfield, Pellel. Yes. Not Pollard and Walter Abercrombie.
Arm?
I would root for the Dolphins, JMD. I would consider that. I would totally consider it. Yes, Tendrils, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I probably went to 10 concerts in total, but my concert experiences were so quality, like me ending up in the front row at the Kodak Theater, Prince doing the sound check. At the after show at the House of Blues, his guitar playing in A Joy in Repetition, any Prince fan knows how amazing that song is. Mind-blowing, mind-blowing. I wish there was like footage of it, because seriously, I would put him up against anyone any day. Easy.
They're in the chat. I know you're a huge, they know what a big sports fan you are and how much you love the sitcom, Mr. Belvedere. In the chat, they're screaming for you. They want you to say, "I must be in the front row," like Bob Uecker. You do that? Go ahead, Tendrils. Go ahead.
No. That's all I just want to say. I've had those experiences of watching him like play the hell out of a guitar. Amazing.
The chat wanted to hear you go, "It must be in the front row," like you're at a Prince concert and they're ushering you to the front row, and that's how you got to the front. Would you ever see him anywhere besides LA? Did you ever see where have you seen him besides LA?
I most of the times I've seen him in LA. Actually, this brings up like such a kick-ass story. So in 2007, he had a concert on 7/7/7, July 7th, 2007. And I had gone to visit some Prince friends in Detroit, and last minute went to Minneapolis with a bunch of friends that had tickets to this Prince concert. My trip was so last minute that I just didn't have, the money to pay, buy those concert tickets. So I just decided, well, you guys go to the concert and I'm just going to hang out in Minneapolis, do whatever I can find to do. And two of my friends had gone into the mall that's there, and they came out and they're like, "Oh my God, the craziest thing!"
Oh, the Minneapolis Mall is like isn't it the best mall in the Mall of America, or it's like the best mall in the country?
Yeah,
or something?
It's huge. And my two friends came, and they're like, "You are not even going to believe what just happened." And they handed me tickets to the concert and to the after show, and they said, we were, in the mall, and there was some guy that had Prince tickets, and this guy asked us, "Are you guys Prince fans?" And they said yes. He goes, "I cannot make it to the concert. I have an emergency I have to deal with."
Sometimes that happens. You step in shit like that.
And he said to them, he goes, "I will give you these tickets. I'll give them to you for free, but I want to make sure they go to a real fan." And that's how I ended up going to that show, the 7/7/7 show, which was phenomenal.
Too bad the New York Knicks don't do that. Tendrils. I offer that they should give trivia. You should have to take a trivia test in order to sit in the front row. In order to sit in the front section at Madison Square Garden, you should have to be like Josh Foster. You should have to name Pat Cummings and James Bailey and Rory Sparrow and Louis Orr and Marvin Webster and Truck Robinson. You should have to You should have to be that knowledgeable a Knicks fan in order to sit anywhere. And that's how you should be with Prince, Tendrils, right? You should have. Yeah. Super duper, like even Azuri was like, "God damn it, Tendrils deserves to sit in those seats way more than I do," and you should have all the knowledge. Seriously, I really mean that with all my heart and soul. In any event, you should possess the super fanatical knowledge in order to deserve to sit in those seats, and that goes for any sporting event, any concert, anything, any comedy show. That's how it should always be if the world were right.
Well, this is a little fun fact about myself. I have somewhat of a photogenic memory. I assisted my master's program for 9 years, and I was in charge of attendance. And in 3 days, I could memorize names to faces of almost 300 students and keep it and retain it. When I worked when I worked at Sony Pictures, we did a lot of audits and reconciliations, over the time that I was there. And one time, one of the managers was like in a total panic, and they're like, "Oh my God, we have to revisit this reconciliation audit that we did from 7 years ago." And all I had to do was close my eyes, visualize it. I found the location online almost instantly, like within 30 seconds. And then I also went into the file room and found the exact location of the paper files of that same audit.
Damn.
That's one of my gifts.
You're like, you probably like helped your friends cheating all the time, like remembering tests and then giving them the questions in the next period and stuff. And there's nothing better than a photographic memory in life.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't come into play until I was an adult. Like my childhood was traumatic in so many ways. A lot of life was survival. High school, it just was that was not my friend. And it's so crazy because I'll toot my own horn, but when I was in grade school, my cousin and I were in a made-up gifted program. It was just the two of us, and we had these girls come from the high school to tutor us because we were reading at like 9th grade level in the 3rd grade.
This sounds like a Cinemax movie plot about to happen here.
And the trauma of like my childhood and life and all of that stuff, it took a toll on my education. And even as smart as I was, I graduated with like a C-. And when I did my master's program, I had this sort of feeling like, oh gosh, I didn't do very good in high school.
That was my peak. That's my high point, C-.
Yeah, I didn't do very good in high school, and I aced my master's program, like aced it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You got to be all together, like just like the WWF and like we did yelling at Cablevision, like all together survive. Ready? Survive! 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 Proud of you guys. Proud of you. I've always wanted to do that. My friend Brendan will love that we did that. That's an old callback to my teen years, yelling at Cablevision for not holding the Survivor Series on pay-per-view.
Yeah, and I'm going to do one last pat myself on the back because of my challenge of like getting through high school and all of that. I graduated from high school in remedial math because I was placed there in the 7th grade because the teacher didn't try to teach me algebra. So I had this belief that I was not good at math or numbers and that I was dumb in that area. And when I interviewed at Sony, I thought I was interviewing to be like an assistant, like a administrative assistant. And then I found out it was finance. And the person that I interviewed, I told him like halfway through, I said, I can't, in good conscience, I can't take this job. And he said, the person that referred you would never steer me wrong. He said, I can tell that you're smart. This department needs new blood and you're it. And I discovered that I actually have a high talent for math that I never knew.
You are Good Will Hunting. I think Good Will Hunting is based on you. The photographic memory, the mathematics. I really do. I think Good Will Hunting is based on you. Now, you want to hear David's anecdote about advanced placement English?
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
My anecdote about what now?
Advanced placement English.
Yeah.
You're the Doogie Howser of the Cleveland Public Schools.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I got to cut out. Great show.
All right, let's end it there. Let's end it there. That's a good idea. We'll end it there.
No,
we'll save No, that's a good
I have to go too, so yeah.
We want the will and estate is for next time because we don't want to do that before we do his eulogy, do we?
No.
No. All right,
No.
so I love everybody here. Thank you so much, Tendrils. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
We're going on the 8-hour mark here. This is unprecedented. It's a very fast 9.5 hours, as you can imagine. Anybody? Okay, so David and we finished the Armfeld.
Yeah.
Season
Is that going
2,
up today?
episode 8. That's coming up today. I don't have to do much to it. I'm just looking for the original, television
Promo
spot
stuff,
yeah,
yeah.
from the early 91, and that is the Heart Attack, and that's going to be dropped too. I'm going to put a bunch of stuff on Patreon as well, and there's Fine Chug. Well, Prince is an amazing minute bowl. Yes, Prince's final song is called Narcon. Narcon, as in narc. High school?
No, it's shady. He's being shady.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's to revive someone who's overdosed on fentanyl.
See, I'm so naive that you can break my balls with these Prince references and I'm not going to catch it. Now you could do that to me all day. I do think that I'm vote in our poll. I think Sarah has I gotta be a poll, honey. Knicks winning tonight. OKC's, but we're gonna call them the Sonics. JMD. We're gonna call Oklahoma the Seattle Supersonics for our purposes, because as you all know, especially Tendrils, the Oklahoma City Thunder used to be the Seattle Supersonics. And it would be,
yes.
She knows that well. David knows the story of how the Cleveland Browns became the Baltimore Ravens,
Right.
and then won 2 Super Bowls, and that probably still pisses you off. Because
Yeah.
that should be yours. Those are your Super Bowls.
The football's the one with the bats, right? That's
exactly.
So you were right. You actually went to a Browns game though, and I can't.
I
say
did. I went to
Sarah,
several. I went to several.
So I love you all in the chat. Donate if
John.
you can, everyone. I don't have anything else other than the Patreon's going to drop soon. Armfeld. Next one, it's either going to be 21 Arm Street or Vander Arm. How pompous was that? Throw my name in. The next Jump Street episode depends on my nephew doing the football episode with Greco and Casey. So that all has to all line up unless I skip around, which isn't. I could skip around.
You've done it before.
Skip around. Arm, no more early shows. Oh, okay, Autobot. We'll do it just for you. You tell us when we can do it and change it. We'll do it at 5. How about this? 8:30 Monday through Wednesday. How about that?
This is where Arm turns. He turns hard and fast on the chat.
8:30 p.m. Eastern time, Monday through Wednesday. Only when Howard's on. How about that?
You know what's funny? Not last night, but the night before, I had one of those total nightmares. And I was like trying to log into the podcast and I was being delayed, all kinds, when you have those kind of nightmares. So I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning so I can make sure I got here.
Oh, I did. That's why I'm yawning. I appreciate your fucking commitment to it. Everyone's fantastic here. I mean, it was just so much. Hopefully we're turning a lot of people into, I know I'm a bigger Prince fan, having done this and going through. I know he's a total prick, and I know he's really difficult in ways, but I think his positives far outweigh his negatives.
go.
Right, guys?
Far outweigh.
Right, guys?
It's all about the music.
I love you all. I will see you next time. We're going to Prince Part 3 with Bon Jovial and What's Eating Gilbert Grape reviews for Depp's 62nd birthday with Sarah. I was going to say Dara and Savi. I gave you diamonds and pearls.
There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was about 1% maybe.
Yeah. When the competition gets tacky, Brian, brother, you keep on wearing your khakis.